Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Unhack Democracy Conference 2022. And we welcome viewers online. We are being watched via EU Observer and on Unhack Democracy's Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube channels. Thank you so much to Unhack University for giving us this fabulous place, to our partners, Funky Citizens, the EU Observer, and our donors, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, and specifically the Black Sea Trust. So we have a very, very packed schedule. So let's dive in.
Yeah, and hello, I'm also one of the other directors of Unhack Democracy, and I'd just like to welcome you and say thank you for coming and introduce Zoltan Palinger, who's the rector of Andrassy University, to say some opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to our audience joining us online. My name is Zoltan Tibor Palinger. I am director of Andras University Budapest and have the pleasure to welcome you to the conference Defend Democracy and It Will Defend You, organized by the NGOs Unhack Democracy, Funky Citizens, GMF Black Sea Trust. It is with mixed feelings that I open this conference, Defend Democracy and It Will Defend You. On the one hand, I am extremely proud and honored to host this conference at Andras University. The university was founded 2001 in view of Hungary's accession to the EU. The founders wanted to deepen the partnership and strengthen European integration and common values. The European values of democracy, the rule of law, pluralism, equality, freedom, and tolerance, as well as non-discrimination, form the core of the university's mission and are anchored in its fundamental documents. Therefore, I think this university is the right place to host this conference. On the other hand, it fills me with sadness that democracy seems to be under siege everywhere in the world, especially here in Europe. But I concur with the conference's basic assumption that the remedy for the shortcomings of today's democracy is not less, but more and better democracy. Guaranteeing the integrity of elections is essential in this context. As I already mentioned, Andras University is an ideal place for this conference. AUB, as we call it, was founded in 2001 and started operations in 2002. So, currently, we are celebrating our 20th anniversary, and this conference is part of the celebrations. AUB is the only fully German language university outside German-speaking countries, but AUB is also a European university, an international university in Hungary. We are funded by the Federal Republic of Germany, the Republic of Austria, Hungary, the Free State of Bavaria, the State of Baden-Württemberg, and supported by the autonomous region of Trentino-South Tyrol. Around 250 students and 50 teaching staff from over 20 nations are currently studying, teaching, and researching here. The focus of our university is on Europe, and especially on Central and Eastern Europe and the Danube region. We have set ourselves the goal of training and promoting Europe experts as well as interdisciplinarity in teaching and research. AUB, with its students and lecturers from many European countries, feels particularly committed to European integration, which is, of course, also reflected in our degree programs and curricula. The European values of democracy, rule of law, pluralism, equality, freedom, and tolerance, as well as non-discrimination, form the core of the university's mission. And as mentioned before, but also represent an important point of reference for all programs and especially for the Center of Democracy Research, CEDEM, at AUB. The development of democracy and its challenges form a cornerstone of its research program. Since our university is certainly not yet known everywhere in Europe, we would very much appreciate if you would tell interested young people about us. We welcome students from all over the world, and I think Budapest is certainly an exciting city for young people. As you may well know, today is already the second day of the conference. Yesterday, it started with behind closed door workshops, which provided an effective forum for NGOs from 20 different countries to discuss innovative but also radical solutions for the recent challenges of electoral integrity and democratic freedom in Europe. Today, the conference aims to bring together activists, civil society, election watchdog groups with academics, journalists, politicians to discuss about how to defend democracy and electoral integrity in the Black Sea region, Belarus, Central and Eastern Europe, and the Balkans. In times of democratic backsliding and electorally successful populist and autocratic leaders, it becomes relevant to identify which actors could function as gatekeepers who are able to raise awareness towards and make people conscious of anti-democratic tendencies. The role of academic research, independent journalism, and of civil societies in this regard seems to be more important than ever. And in my understanding, this conference aims to do exactly that. It wants to give potential gatekeepers a voice and provide a platform where they can be listened to. Hopefully, also some politicians will listen to the discussions. They definitely should. Thus, I want to thank the organizing team of Unhack Democracy, especially my colleague, Dr. Melanie Balai, who have made this conference possible, and also many thanks for their extraordinary work they are doing for the Hungarian democracy since 2018. I would also express my gratitude to all the organizational partners, in particular GMF Black Sea Trust, who is financing the conference. Also, many thanks for our partner, the Austrian Cultural Forum, who is providing the closing wine receptions. Last but not least, my gratitude goes to today's panelists. It's a pleasure and honor to have you all here. EU Observer, I want to thank to provide a greater public to this event. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend this conference, but I will be happy to watch the recorded discussions afterwards. I wish you a productive and interesting conference with many exciting and encouraging discussions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opening remarks. Our next guest is going to join us via Zoom, and we will open the floor after her keynote speech to you, the audience, and you can ask questions, but I will probably need to repeat the questions because of the audio quality, so bear with us. And I'd like to give the floor to Olga Ivazovska, who's head of the board of the Ukrainian civil network Opora NGO, and she's one of the most influential women of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, and good morning for everyone. It's a huge honor to be here and to speak. Today, we are not expected that the end of history is going to be in this European part of the world. But we had many discussions before with organizers of this conference that it's good to share experience of my organization and my colleagues with your auditory, with this audience, because you are very, very well developed organization with a huge capacity in electoral democracy, in electoral integrity, and in election observation. But after February 24th, everything changed. Russia attacked on Russia's authoritarian regime, attacked democratic Ukraine, and now we understood that democracy doesn't matter if you can't fight and defend yourselves, and if you can join in and other democratic states or build coalitions with them for your common perspective to reload the history after the Second World War. This is not only a topic for academic and politicians science discussions, but also an important part for the global security system. As you might know, Ukraine is a fully developed electoral democracy. According to the Economist ratings of democracy, we had a huge score as many other EU countries because of the very well developed democracy in Ukraine. But it doesn't mean that you are in security area if you will have such neighbor as Russia or other authoritarian or even totalitarian regime near your borders. In the recent months, I have wondering how many parallels could be traced between the actions of the Putin's Russia and those of Soviet Union. I will not hold any intrigue. We can find very many common things, and every aggressive state against Ukraine's statehood and its people already happened sometimes before in other type of Russia as a part of Soviet Union. The struggle for Ukrainian identity and independence did not end in 1991. Neither did Russia attempt to reclaim Ukraine and return it into their sphere of influence. To understand the scale of grief and problems and the true of strategic goal of the Russian Federation, we will have to go back almost 100 years. The Russian Federation will never be able to accept the fact that other nations have the right to self-determination and that they exist outside the jurisdiction of the Kremlin. Those buildings are still toward a large red star. The artificial famine of 1932-1933 was a real act of genocide against the Ukrainian people, and it was organized by the totalitarian regime of the Soviet Union. More than 4 million Ukrainians were killed by starvation on the fertile land of Ukraine. If you count the unborn children, the number gets even more horrible. Did you hear yesterday, a few days before, the speech of one of the very well-known Russian propagandists from Russia Today? What she said? She said that there is only one hope to win the war with Ukraine, to use this famine issue, which will happen with some of the African countries because of food crisis, because of Russian aggression against Ukraine. And she believes, as Putin and Kremlin, that this is a good tool to change the mood in between democratic countries, because all of them has its own value, and the life of the people sometimes is more valued than the life of the people because of the war in Ukraine. This is an issue and this is a problem. The totalitarian regime closed the border and denied access to information about the real tragedies of the Ukrainian people, and it filled Western media with propaganda. From the 1930s till the 1980s, the genocide was silent and denied, including by the Western intellectuals who took part in one of the largest campaigns of misinformation and big lies. What we have now, I believe that we have to do our work and to lessons learned from our history, because Now Russia is using the same tools against other nations than USSR did many, many years ago. And misinformation against people, their rights, their lives, or again the joining the world, again the bad side. It's the same what was happening many, many years ago, uh, as I as I mentioned, during famine period in Ukraine, early 20th century. Today we can access news in a real time online about decision of the Russian authorities to expropriate millions of tons of Ukrainian grain, agricultural machinery, and product from the temporary occupied territories in the south of Ukraine. We can watch online how Ukrainian bread is brought to the territory of Russia, and farmers in Kherson region are forced to plant crops that they will not have the right to harvest or sell. Moscow will take possession of everything if the Ukrainian army does not succeed to reclaim this land by autumn. However, unfortunately, they will find evidence of the same horrors we saw in Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka, Mariupol. Hundreds or thousands of graves will be found with Ukrainian people tortured to death. Satellite images of the victim with their hands tied have been found in the streets of the liberated cities in Kiev region and can be seen by everyone. But even in our days, conditions of digital transparency, the Russian government refuses to tell the truth. We already know the names of the military personnel who were allegedly involved in the war crimes in the liberated cities. President Vladimir Putin awarded the 64th of Brigade that in March occupied Bucha and the Kiev region with the honorary title of the Guards. This brigade was involved in the war crimes in Bucha. So they are heroes for their country and for the authorities of Russia. It's a really horrible pages of the current story, and we have to remember that this lie will be a part of the future solution if we will not talk about that as loud as it's possible. Citizens of Ukraine are being tortured in the 21st century simply because Russians seek revenge over Ukraine for the fact that they exist with their own distinct identity, culture, and aspiration to establish a democratic regime in the modern world. So it's just revenge of authoritarian regime against fully developed electoral democracy in Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine is not the ideal state. We have some problems with rule of law, but we have totally democratic processes during elections and in between elections with different parties, with different positions, with different ideology, with freedom of speech, with free and fair elections, and so on and so forth. And inside the country, the electoral democracy is a security for our own people because we know if the president will do bad things, this person will not be re-elected. And the critical thinking help us to be active on some of the stages of the modern history of Ukraine. And we didn't give a chance any of our presidents to become authoritarian leaders or became the, the people looks like Putin or close to him. Today, my country is in the flames of war. This unprovoked intervention by the Russian Federation is caused only by the fact that Russian leaders and the absolute majority of Russian people doesn't accept the collapse of Soviet Union. Violence against other nations, groundless deprivation of their rights to identity, physical extermination of the will to political participation, murder and destruction of the political elite have not disappeared from the basic set of tools on the Russian state. Russia's imperial ambitions have no other platform than the ideology of violence, propaganda, and the physical and uncompromising destruction of everything that is able to resist. Because these awful things and war crimes and genocide happened as a tool to stop resilience of Ukrainians in a field. Democratic state and authoritarian and totalitarian regime will fight against each other because there can be no compromise between the right to live and identity on one hand and the right to kill for the sake of the subordination of whole nations and territories on the other. All we can say today is that liberal democracies do not enter a fight against each other, but they are forced to react to defend their rights and values. Ukraine and its people make up the frontier of this struggle today. Unfortunately for me, for my family, for my husband, for my son, but we have to play this role, and very truly, we don't play the role. We have to survive. That's why we have to defend ourselves, even on the battlefield. Today, Russia is using similar methods against civilians as it was many, many years ago in Soviet Union. The war in Ukraine is a full-scale fight for independence. After 30 years of fully independency, we have to continue this fight. New generation of Ukrainians pay with their lives for the right to existence of the entire community, nation, and for the legitimized right to manage their own territories recognized within the border of 1991. The United Nations, that was founded after the end of Second World War, was not in any way capable of reducing the degree of Russian aggression. But the fact that the word nation is a part of the name of this organization is already good for us. Belonging to a nation does not sound like a crime. Identity culture, the desire to govern its own territories on behalf of the people through lawfully elected representatives, in a right, not a crime. But it is this crime Russians have tried to accuse Ukrainians of and are still doing it now. There is well-known expression that winners can be judged. The Soviet Union has never been confirmed for the atrocities committed by this totalitarian regime against Ukrainians. And as many other nations, I have to highlight that Ukrainians was not the only one target and will not be the only one country or state from a neighborhood countries which will be under the Russian attacks. But Ukraine is a battlefield all the times during many pages of our common history in Europe. The world barely remember the huge price Ukraine paid for the victory over Nazi Germany. Some 61 states of the world in the Second World War and affected 80% of all human beings of the time. More than 110 million soldiers were enrolled in the armies of the country that fought in the war. According to various sources, the total number of military and civilian which were dying during that years, it was from 50 to 75 millions. About 8 or even 10 millions of them were Ukrainians. This is almost a quarter of the total population of Ukraine at that time. Can you imagine the price? And I hope that the modern Germany will remember that Ukraine is was the battlefield, and Ukrainian nation paid the hugest price for stop Hitler on those days. And now we have to stop together Putin because he is going to continue fight against democratic state, and Ukraine will not be the only one. More than 20 million people went through the repressive system of Soviet correction, so-called labor camps, Gulag, and Ukrainians were most numerous among the detainees. Did you hear about so-called filtration camps on this eastern part of Ukraine, which are working, unfortunately? And 1.2 million of Ukrainians had this experience with filtration camps during last few months. We are talking about 21st century and filtration camps in a central part of Ukraine. 1.6 million of Ukrainians were relocated from Ukraine to temporary occupied territories and then to Russia without their political will to be relocated. All of that people were kidnapped, and 200,000 of them are children, which already are under the Russian mental attacks because Russian decided to develop a special education program how to re-educate these children from to be Ukrainians to be Russians or Soviet Union identity type of a new generation. I don't know, but it's genocide. That's why electoral democracy is a very good system of protection your own people internally. Ukrainians showed that they fought for electoral democracy for many years. There are only brief highlights to shed light over history and answer the question why Ukraine sought independence and why Russians failed to capture Kiev within 48 hours in February 2020. And that if we try to understand why it happened, why Russia didn't capture Kiev, because Kiev's authorities are the blood of the blood of the nation, and the voters which voted for that president, voted for that parliament, and all of that politicians are responsible on their people, not responsible for third parties like our foreign partners. They have to be on the central part of this battle, political battle. That's why the surprise for European partners or even American partners was that our president, our parliament stayed in a capital and continue to work according to constitutional obligations, how to be if your country will be under the attack, physical, military attack from the foreign countries that just did their job because they were elected through free and fair elections. And I believe that free and fair elections is a part of security for the nations. And I believe that we have to think about that on a global level, not just about some procedures and so on and so forth, not just about disinformation or cybersecurity, because it's a puzzle of one big picture. Electoral democracy and free and fair elections is about security. 30 years ago, in 1991, an all-Ukrainian referendum of the independence of Ukraine was held. There were only one question: do you confirm the act of declaration of independence of Ukraine? And more than 90% of Ukrainians answered yes. And this position was the same in Donetsk Oblast, Luhansk Oblast, Crimea, Sevastopol. The majority of the people of Ukraine decided to be independent. And this is irreversible process. Like with Lithuania, when the Russian Duma decided to adopt a decision that the act of independence for Lithuania is not value anymore. So, but this is history. We can reload the position of majority of Ukrainians to be independent and to develop the country according to European standards and to become in the future a part of EU. After 1991, Ukraine has a student revolution in granite, the Orange Revolution in 2004, and the Revolution of Dignity in 2013-14. What I know to sure, Ukrainians fought for the establishment of a democratic regime of the government. I didn't come to our other country from, sorry, I didn't, and this regime wasn't come from somewhere. It was a hard work of civil society, our international partners, capable partners, and it was a choice of Ukrainian nation. Each of these events was a manifestation of popular outrage against the attempt to deprive citizens of participation in the political life of the country or against the violence of human rights. In 30 years, no economical reasons have ever taken millions of Ukrainians to the streets. Every time, these events further alarm Putin's authoritarian regime. In fact, the aggressive policy began in 2005. It began with the gas wars, which have always been a tool for influencing the policy of Ukraine. And now it demonstrates the dependence of the European Union that has become a hostage to alternative sources of fuel supply. Today, Ukraine have achieved unprecedented support from the Western free world, and its struggle against the authoritarian regime in Russia. Also, propaganda and energy dependence are still significant impact factor for world policies. A war in the heart of Europe that can be watched online is hard to miss. But this is not about feeling pity for thousands of victims. It's about understanding the global threats coming from counting business as usual with the Putin regime. The empire cannot stop its aggressive policy on its own. It needs a powerful ally of partners to help it. On the other hand, Ukraine, which is no longer publicly recognized by the Russian authorities as an independent state, shows it's incredibly subjectively. When the entire world's intelligence survives predicted the total loss to the world's second largest army, Ukraine was prepared to become the largest. Over the course of the past months, more than 400,000 of the men returned home from abroad, where they used to live and work, and they came back to fight. My husband is a part of that group of the people, and I didn't see him for more than 110 days. And my son didn't see him too. I fought for many, many years for electoral integrity in Ukraine, for development good practices and electoral code with a gender quota, with proportional party open list, with electoral rights for peoples with disabilities, and so on and so forth. And we did a great job. We had a big progress. We did many PVTs during many campaignings. We joined in the data, we monitored the process, and we did a great job in between elections because it's about sustainability of electoral democracy. We can't just observe the electoral process like that and forget about reform in between the processes. But now it does not matter if we will not continue to fight on the global level for Ukrainian interest to survive as electoral democracy, because the fail of this battle will be the best example for authoritarian and totalitarian regime in other continents or other potential regimes in Europe. that it's possible just to broke everything because you have more weapons. That's why I'm going to ask you, don't be tired to fight for electoral democracy and don't be tired to watching what is going on in Ukraine. Sorry for my emotions. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Olga, for this very emotional and powerful speech. I think we all really needed to hear this, and I want to ask you to ask questions from Olga, and please help me. I will translate. I will translate the questions because the audio quality is not the greatest. So please help me. The floor is yours, Garvin.
So, Olga, I wanted to ask because here in Hungary and many other countries, we're not currently facing military attack, but our democratic institutions are under, subversion and corruption. In many ways, under a situation that Ukrainian democratic institutions were in the preceding days. And what advice do you have for civil society in Poland, in Hungary, in Bulgaria, and other countries, so they can become as strong as Ukrainian civil society has become?
What do you want me to say it, Olga, or did you understand the question?
Yes,
I heard the question. Thank you very much. Because my mic doesn't work. The questions, but this time it's okay.
I
I
think
think that the main question around sustainability.
because it's not about braveness. I was very young in 2004. I was a student and I participated in the Orange Revolution. And I could forget about this role that the electoral democracy or elections has to be defending all the time. My good professor Larry Diamond, he wrote a book, Democracy, and he has very strong message about your question and such questions as yours. Democracy is not a state of being, it's a process of becoming. In 2004, I thought that democracy already failed because the second round of presidential elections in Ukraine was falsified. And Central Election Commission already published official results of the elections with the result as people decided who has to be a president of my country. And then we understood that everything depends on us, citizen people, and we use the peaceful manifestation against that authoritarian regime, which already decided to be developed very well in the future. If Yanukovych became a president in 2004, we can already be like Russia or Belarus. I don't know, it may happen. But we decided that after the Orange Revolution, we will not trust or believe to each of the politicians in our country. We have to develop NGOs or think tanks to be capable enough and to be powerful enough and to be visible enough to have influence as for advocating electoral reform, for example, or to give our advice to society about current processes, and society trusts to other part of society like NGOs, like civil society organization, because we are a part of that society. But you know, it's a very philosophical question how to be enough brave. There are many options. First of all, you have to be brave if uh, it's a question of your surviving. Like now, because of war in Ukraine, Ukrainians are very brave people, but not because we have such ethnical type of DNA. No, it's only one option. You have to fight, and that's all, or you will die. There is no other options. But for civil society organization, the increasing of our and your power depends on your sustainability. I saw many cadences of Ukrainian parliament, and there are many MPs which saw me, first of all, in TV, on TV channels, then they became powerful, very well known, and so on and so forth. And I have to talk the same about my organization and such institutions as mine in Ukraine. And the other question, it's about publicity and trust. Because if your work does matter for your society, none of politicians will be fight with you publicly. Your capacity, your vision, your visibility can be even higher than many other politicians in your country. And it's your power, just use it in the right way. Another question is about expertise, because many of NGOs try to be time to time visible, but they can produce decisions or solutions. They are going to produce just recommendations, very general recommendations. And if you want to be enough powerful, you have not just criticize or propose something in general wording. You have to propose the key and solutions for this decision, like a norm or amendments to electoral code, like development IT tools, like prototypes for the work on elections, and just to show this exercise or this example to your authorities or your society. So this is a question about capacity and deep expertise. And the third question, it's about international support. I'm not talking about technical support or resources. I'm talking about, first of all, to be on the same page, to talk as much as it's possible, and to be honest about your state. To be honest when you criticize the processes inside, and to be honest when you have to highlight that something is happening in a right way. So this is like three stages of solutions. Capacity, it's not something new. Expertise, because you have to find solution, not just recommendation. And the third one, to be visible and to build partnership on the international level.
Thank you, Olga. Mindaugas, yes, you could.
Yeah, if we say 6 months to a brighter future, and then we look at Belarus, we look at Russia, and presume an optimistic scenario that things will change there. What would be your advice? What should, I don't know, the government or the foreign partners or whoever do to, in the first 3 months or 6 months, to put some rail guards in place so that the country with the opportunity to open up for democracy does not degenerate back to where they are now. But question is about the first 6 months, because you can develop through years. Maybe it will lead to something. But what the new government or the new people who come in power, what can they do in the very, very short period to safeguard and then develop further for these authoritarian regimes after the fall?
Thank you for your question. Just clarify, are you talking about Ukraine or Russia and Belarus? What they have to do during
They have a successful way, but I'm talking about Russia and I'm talking about Belarus, so that these countries don't become democratic for I don't know for two years or 5 years, but they will set on the rail towards democracy.
Okay, first of all, I have to separate Russia and Belarus because it's totally a different situation. I believe that Belarus can be enough independent in the future from Russia and to be a part of European region, not geographically but mentally, and to use the international European standards for their democratic processes. But in the future, what is the problem for Belarus now? It's to build capacity as a human resources to use this small window of opportunity to reload the power in the country, because the request from society not to have anymore this authoritarian regime or authoritarian leader is already is a part of Belarus society. We know about very well. In between 9 million of Belarus people, we have more political prisoners than in whole total Russia, like which 140 million citizens. We can compare just political prisoners, but it's about trying to do something. And the problem of Belarus political and civil society leaders that many of them are now abroad. And as Ukrainian history give us a chance to understand how it is going on, they will have a few days for back to the country and to be ready to use this opportunity in a peaceful manner to change the previous regime without Lukashenko, of course, without Lukashenko. And you know that Ukrainians do not have any like aggressive position against Belarus society, because Belarus society doesn't support Lukashenko anymore. Unfortunately, near 1,000 missiles were used by Russians from Belarus territory, but we have understood that this is because of Lukashenko's dependence on Putin, his personal dependence, because Lukashenko will survive only as a part of this battle. At the same, Belarus society is not accept this position at all. We have some sociological researches. We know what is going on in Belarus society, and we believe that the most problematic question for them now to prepare and to be ready, like to have enough human resources for reload the power in Belarus. And unfortunately, I don't have such vision for Russia at all, because Russian society was under the huge propaganda for many years, and they truly believed they are doing a good job when they are killing Ukrainians. And I don't believe that this society will be ready to vote during free and fair elections for good boys or good girls. I don't know, to vote for a new president and new president. This society is ill. And you know, the democratic processes and democracy, it's about participation, not about exclusion. So Russian citizens didn't react at all for this war in Ukraine. And for me, it's like a criteria that they will not ready to accept like new democratic leader or liberal democratic leader for new Russia. In between now and new Russia has to be like a stage to lose the battlefield against Ukraine. Then they may have even worse authoritarian leader than Putin, because it's about surviving of whole regime. And Putin is not the only one reason of this, unfortunately. And then we have to develop accountable system for Russian like stakeholders, Kremlin leaders, Putin personally, this system, and so on and so forth. I'm talking about tribunal against aggression. This is historically important to write a dot that Putin's Russia, current Russia, with support of Russian society, is wrong to use weapon against other nations. And this has to be a part of the judicial process and judicial international system. And future tribunal against aggression has to adopt the decision, which will give us a chance to turn the page, like it was after the Second World War with Germany. And only then it is possible try to build democracy in Russia, but not through just free and fair election and electoral process, because without the position of society to participate, it's very difficult to vote for someone at all. So sorry for that, but I don't believe that Russia will be a democratic state during year 2 or even 5, because it has to fail this like imperialistic mission of Russian leaders. That's why I use the example of Soviet Union, because it was new stage of this historical imperialistic aim for Russian leaders. Sorry for that. And what I see from the opposition from abroad, Russian opposition from abroad, they are very selfish and they do not think how to solve the war, how to solve the problem with the war. They think how to live comfortably in the EU and other countries.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga, for your keynote speech and for answering our questions. And I think I can speak for many of us here, especially activists and members of domestic election watchdog groups, that you're very inspirational and empowering. So thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor to Garvin Walsh, and it was a perfect segue into our next panel.
Thank you very much, Sophie. I'm Darwin Walsh, co-founder of Unhack Democracy and chair of this panel, which will really focus on state capture. We've heard about the sort of hard end of authoritarianism from Olga and the incredibly brave fight that Ukrainians are putting up against Russian militarism and aggression. But there's also a more insidious attack on democratic institutions that happens in many other countries that seeks to undermine them, erode them, and create a sort of facade democracy, what the Spanish used to call a democratura, like halfway between a dictatorship and a democracy, where you keep all the processes going, but somehow all elections end up in one way, all public tenders come to the friends of the same person. Most profitable media ends up having a particular point of view. And as studying this phenomenon, of course, one of the most important institutions doing this has been Freedom House, and Mike Smeltzer will outline some conclusions from their recent Nations in Transit report. Unfortunately, these are not very, sort of positive conclusions, but it's a sobering indication of the task ahead. Once that's done, I'm going to open the discussion in a guided way to the panel. We have an immense group of experts here, whether it is Edith Good, specialist on informal power at a number of institutions in Hungary and Poland. We have Miklos Ligeti from Transparency International, and we have the lawyer and activist Christoph Izdiski as well. So let us start, and after that, obviously, we'll open up to a wider discussion. at the floor. So let's start with Mike and the rather sobering report that he has visited upon us.
Yes, unfortunately, Freedom House rarely has good news these days to report to the rest of the world. But a huge thanks to Unhack Democracy for this event and the invitation to do a panel around our report. We weren't sure anybody was going to read it because the news was so bad, to be honest. But for those unaware, Nations in Transit is one of Freedom House's annual reports that focuses on the state of democracy in the region stretching from Central Europe to Central Asia. And it focuses on institutional pillars of democracy and democratic resilience. So how institutions provide, protect, and support our fundamental freedoms. And each year we evaluate these 29 countries on 7 indicators ranging from electoral processes to corruption to independent media, and then assign them a category of either consolidated democracy, hybrid regime, consolidated authoritarian regime, and others. And listening to Olga's speech, it's very moving and making me think a lot about sort of what we're going to be talking about with hybrid regimes. In fact, when we were writing this report, the hybrid regimes were really going to be the focus, but then the war happens, and we had to rewrite the whole thing. But nevertheless, they are connected. And so the title of our report this year was From Democratic Decline to Authoritarian Aggression, and we do see them as interconnected. That is, we can't say that it's these democracies or declining democracies' fault for Putin's unilateral decision to invade Ukraine, but nevertheless, what is happening in these countries with the democratic decline created an environment in which Vladimir Putin felt emboldened to invade a sovereign country, sovereign democratic country. And so this report documents the 18th year in a row of democratic decline. I'm tired of saying things are getting bad. Things have been bad for a long time. Demagogues are running roughshod over the rule of law and the separation of powers. As we'll talk about, as we know, elections seldom fair, even when they are nominally free. Governments regard these freedoms of association, assembly as inconveniences and not threats to their power in many of these countries. And judicial independence, which we should talk about, has been long warped by endemic corruption and is faltering in the face of abusive lawmaking. And so, what does this mean? It means that liberal democracy is no longer the presumed form of governance and political development in this region. And in most of them, to be honest, this is not a trend that's unique to this region. Rather, the countries of Central and Eastern Europe and Eurasia are headed in what we call 2 different directions. One, the abyss of autocracy, that is Russia, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, but also the gray zone of hybrid regimes. And this crowd knows what hybrid regimes means. It means democratic institutions are present, but they're married with sort of autocratic or authoritarian practices. And so, as much as I would love to talk about autocracy, because that's my specialty, actually, we should save that for the Unhacking Autocracy conference. But really, it's the hybrid regimes, this insidious proliferation of these gray zone countries that is a real threat in addition to autocracies. In our report, at the start of the democratic decline 18 years ago, there were only 4 of the 29 that we identified as hybrid. Now there are 11. It's the predominant form of governance in this region. And to give a concrete example of what this looks like, take the independent media. In Russia, you have outlets like Medusa that are simply being out. But in countries like, say, Hungary or Serbia or other hybrid regimes, instead of shutting down independent media, they're being bought up by the regime or elites connected to the regime. And so, as I said, the number of these countries has tripled, and it's proven exceedingly difficult for these countries to exit what we call the gray zone. Rather, it has this gravitational pull where these countries are kind of going to the middle of our scale, and even the democracies are starting to head this way. Strong democracies in the Baltics and Poland. Hungary used to be one of these strong democracies and has come in this way. There is a silver lining, I will say. I want to point this out because the program says hybrid regimes run this risk of becoming autocracies like Russia, but we have not seen that yet, to be honest. There are countries like Armenia, Kosovo, Moldova that were once authoritarian regimes, at least according to us, that have become hybrid and have not fallen out. You can stretch that further back and look at Georgia or Ukraine, once authoritarian practices, and yet have not fallen back into autocracy. And that's no mean feat. That's really, really important to note and celebrate. Obviously, hybrid governance is not ideal. We know there's a better form in liberal democracy, but it's important to remember that they are not falling into the abyss of autocracy. And because I want to get to the other panelists who actually have solutions and hopefully good things to say, um, in our report we talk about what's the solution to this, and we think it's elections. Why? Because really we believe it to be the only solution. I mean, what are the other solutions? Regime change, revolutions. We know what the outcomes of those are. They're not good. Lots of deaths, lots of chaos, and nobody happy in the end. And currently, all these regimes, all these hybrid regimes hold elections. Yes, like I said, the elections are not free, they're not fair, but they have some level of competition that allows for a potential change. It is totally unfair, and it's very unlikely, but we do have instances of breakthrough elections. We can see things changing in places like Kosovo, Armenia, Ukraine. These are all examples of countries with not perfect institutions, but nevertheless, they are working in the right way because they have come together in these breakthrough elections to bring about change. That change is hard once these elections happen, and we can talk more about how do you reform once you come through this sort of difficult election. We don't really have many great examples, but for the rest of this, I want to leave it there. You're welcome to read our report, and happy to hear what our panelists have to say about how do we exit this gray zone, because it is really pulling many of these countries and much of the world into its gravitational pull, and I'm out of ideas on how to fix it. So hopefully somebody else has good ideas.
Thank you, Mike. This was a very important element just at the very end, where you talked about, how do we reform? We've just seen a reformist government in Bulgaria fall. We've seen pressure in the Czech Republic, I think just today, when these in countries where anti-hybrid coalitions have managed to seize power, they're then subject to lots of attacks from existing institutions. And I think there's perhaps nobody better to think about that sense of informal attacks outside the rules of the system than Edith. And so if you're facing this kind of situation where you manage to finally get rid of the official institutional control, but they've all got these, levers. They've got this patronage networks. They've got corruption networks that have been going around for several years. How do you then start to clean up the house after, if you can just win the election first?
Thanks, Garvan. And I also wanted to thank all the organizers to have me here. And as just Mike said, it's so difficult to report anything promising or like not gloomy nowadays about democracy. And when it comes to Central and Eastern Europe, definitely my country is Poland and Hungary that I'm studying, that the most gloomiest news are coming from here. And before I circle back to the question of remedies, I just wanted to highlight a couple of ideas about what are we facing exactly? Because I think that what's most striking about Poland and Hungary, and not only these two countries, but the rest of Central and Eastern Europe as well, is that democratic deterioration is not primarily defined by the formal violation of the rule of law, which is very important. And we have been discussing all back and forth for years. But what's a little bit more difficult to address and to capture the essence is what's happening under the radar of the European Union and how Poland and Hungarian government are trying to undermine democracy with informal power tools. So I'm thinking about clientelistic corruption, media capture, and electoral clientelism. And if you all bundle this together, these have a lot more complex underpinnings than just state capture per se. So what we have been witnessing is that there are a lot of differences between Hungary and Poland, just to highlight a few. In Hungary, private property is not even protected anymore, which has at the end of the day an impact on the integrity of the elections. The wealth of oligarchs totally is dependent on their personal relationship with Viktor Orban, and also the most deprived strata of the society, and I think that's very important. They're feeling like that they're being like tainted, like under the power of the government, they're being intimidated, and the way how they're tilting the playing field is, at the end of the day, is that these most deprived strata of the society, they are trapped in poverty circles. Poland is a little bit different because the property is protected, and I would say that low intensity coercion is mainly being put on judges and journalists, and we haven't been really witnessing anything like electoral, like coercive vote buying, like in Hungary. But the problem is, and I think this is not being discussed in the European Union, that there is also an issue with clientelist corruption. So there is an issue with the public procurement system. Maybe Krzysztof is going to talk a little bit more about it. There has been like elements of abusing EU funds on the local level. So I think Poland also started to go beyond the formal violation of the rule of law, and there's many issues with clientelist corruption. And the problem is that this is something with which the EU is obviously struggling to address and focus on. And here I give a lot of credit to my colleagues from Transparency International, from Unhack Democracy, that they are trying to grasp and capture the essence and pinpoint to these problems, how these regimes are trying to tilt the playing field, not on election day, but in between elections throughout the whole year, every year. And cycling back about the idea of what to do about that, there are absolutely no easy answers, but I think there are still many things that the European Union could do to despite its shortcomings, because there are still many institutional shortcomings, the EU could do a lot more. So a lot more efficient withholding EU funds would be needed. Prevention, immediate legal actions would be, I think, utmost important, because that's something we haven't really been seeing in the last years. Rather appeasing Viktor Orban, and right now appeasing the Polish government. So what, for instance, could be done is that we could use our currently existing toolkit in a lot more efficient manner. Just to give you one example, for instance, we have a great single market scoreboard within the European Union. It's hugely underutilized and it's not being used properly. And I think that would also need to be further developed in order to prevent or slow down corrupt backsliding in these countries. And what could be also done is that besides developing it further, it could be a little bit more harmonized with the other toolkits which the European Commission has. For instance, we have the rule of law report, which is like a relatively new tool, not that under discussed, but I think, for instance, if the Commission could simply include the scoreboard, improve the indicators of this scoreboard and use it in a more harmonized way and focus on within the European, like the rule of law report, the Commission could better delineate the contours of clientelist corruption, the monopolization of the state, and state corruption in these countries. And I think what's utmost important is, and this is about the future, because probably with Poland and Hungary, the ship might have a little bit sailed, and probably it's just a lot more better if the European Commission is focusing on those countries where the situation is not so bad, and try to think about the future and future like candidate countries which would like to access the European Union, to focus and put more emphasis on effective implementation and enforcement of these reforms and EU law, instead of focusing on this box-ticking mentality that has been happening with technically all Central and Eastern European countries that joined the Union in 2004. And this is why we have these informal problems in this region. And definitely like appeasing autocrats and letting them to slip away with symbolic compliances should be stopped, because what we have learned is that democracy dies with these kind of dirty compromises in value.
Thank you, Edith. So, don't appease autocrats is the central message of that. I mean, someone who works very hard on this, especially at the EU level, is Miklos, and I know you've been thinking very deeply about the role of the EPPO, the role of the rule of law mechanism in how these tools might be used, if not necessarily in Hungary and Poland, at least to arrest potential decline in other states that have actually signed up to the EPPO, for example.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here. And I know I was asked to not give a diagnosis because we have several diagnoses, and to be, I don't know, to show a way out, but I cannot. So I'm very skeptical and pessimistic about the Commission's impact and its role. It's good, Eddie, that you mentioned the rule of law reporting. Just to give you an idea of how it functions, all started back in 2013 when the Commission launched its first anti-corruption report. It was issued in 2014. The second edition was drafted in 2017 and remained in the chest and wardrobe of Timmermans because member states were so anxious and felt offended about being named and shamed and labeled as doing a bad job against corruption. So the Commission just shut down the whole project of anti-corruption reporting. Instead, it jumped in with the rule of law reporting, which is a very soft law, diplomatically turned mission with a lot of understatements, and it truly has hardly any impact on what is happening. Well, knowing that Hungary is a country of many informalities, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Orban has already done a lot to make his system survive, even from opposition. It's called the deep state or I don't know, privatization, outsourced state architecture, which is happening in Hungary. What we observe is a weird mixture of an obsession with centralization of power, with a government with overwhelming powers, which actually privatizes or corporatizes a lot of missions and duties to do into state-funded organizations, corporations, newly endowed and newly established public trust funds, which are nominally private entities with a lot of public duties and with immense amounts of public funds. Now, how can all this be addressed institutionally? And well, knowing that the Commission, the European Commission, has had a long dream and a belated waking up with the rule of law reporting, with the conditionality mechanism, and with EPPO, I'm quite sure that my skepsis is right that if all these are happening together, this will not prevent Hungary from going forward or going even more downward on the trajectory, on the slippery slope, directing the country to an even more authoritarian regime. What the EU, the Commission, could do, I'm afraid it will not, but it should at least, is the ending of unconditional funding of Hungary and other regimes of like. It's a very delicate situation for a citizen of Hungary to say that the best way to save Hungary from going down the drain is to kind of starve the nation and the economy of Hungary by not giving EU transfers. We have to bear in mind that surprisingly, at least surprising to me, not being an economist or an analyst, that the economy of Hungary is doing pretty good. It has been. In the pre-COVID period, there was a 5-6 years of almost uninterrupted economic growth with a high investment rate. And even though it now seems that without EU funding and transfers coming from the Commission, the economy is in a bad situation, is in a problem. But foreign investors seem to be very happy.
Can I push you a bit on this question of the speed of the EU action and their decisiveness or their lack of decisiveness? I mean, the treaties, of course, guarantee the Commission, complete discretion in when it brings cases to the courts. And one of the issues we've had is that between the time of something happening, between the infringement proceeding being launched, between the dialogue that has to precede the infringement proceeding, there are a lot of opportunities to drop the ball. And what could we do to speed up action by the Commission so that it's more time? We have the CU, for example, too late. The NGO regulation too late. By the time the judgments came back.
Well, basically, my more or less optimistic answer would have focused on awareness raising in the society at large and not doing advocacy, whether a bottom up or a boardroom type in regards the European Commission, because I'm really skeptical if the Commission is determined to take timely and hard-handed action. The only tool so far, which seems to be, well, if not decisive, at least having an impact, is the bargaining process which surrounds the RRF, the resilience and fund that is addressing the COVID-related crisis, which reveals that the EU has already the tools, and it has always had the tools within reach and in hands to stop funding Hungary, to say that we don't need conditionality mechanism, we don't need rule of law mechanism, we don't need infringement processes. We just say that if you are not complying with the expectations in public procurement processes, ineffective corruption, ineffective prosecution of corruption, in judicial independence, we are not giving you the money, because this is the only language this regime is understanding.
Okay, so follow the money, withdraw the money, big central issue. Now, I just wanted to move on to Christoph, who's at the other end of the accountability spectrum, the question of independent judiciary, prosecution authorities, of course, and what can be done to prevent the erosion of independent judiciary in places where, perhaps not in Hungary and Poland, where it might be too late, but in other places where there is still.
Yeah, it should be easy, right? No, it's not. Thank you for having me here and having this conference on the very timely topics, I think, because still an obvious thing, the election is for most of the people the most important part of democracy. But the problem with elections is nowadays basically that the electoral campaign starts the very same day or the day after tomorrow after voting, basically. This is, I think, the biggest challenge that we have in the electoral NGO experts the observance community, because we have to observe elections in this understanding for 4 or 5 years, actually, every day. And this is what Olga said in her speech. That democracy should be defended all the time. And I think this is one of the reasons, if I make a small diagnosis here, one of the reasons we are failing in terms of having the hybrid regimes is also we not really taking into account the necessity of protecting democracy every day. And then that includes the independence of judiciary. The very first thing that my government, the government of Poland, did in 2015 after they gained power was hacking the constitutional tribunal. It was a similar case in Hungary, actually, right? The independence of judiciary. So it started with the constitutional tribunal because you don't have to have a constitutional majority to overrule if you have a constitutional tribunal. So this is, I think, the most important thing to be aware of, which I know everyone and each of you is aware, but I think it's important to
might, for example, there be possibilities of intervention in countries that, unlike Poland, don't have a reservation on the Charter of Fundamental Rights?
Yeah, I mean the topic of the Charter of Fundamental Rights.
Polish question there, but in other countries, might there be ways to?
Yes, I mean we can, and to be very honest, I mean the NGO community or the expert community in Poland, they are trying also their best to involve the EU institutions and use also whatever to a certain extent is possible the fundamental rights charter. But still, I mean, I think as Miklos, I'm super disappointed towards EU. I mean, and we have to like also openly say it. Especially we have some EU Western audience probably with us because I mean it's kind of not understandable for me because the part of the hybrid regime in in Europe or in the EU particularly is destroying the EU actually. And EU is trying to be this like good mother with a carrot, not with a stick, and it allows basically for the countries and states and governments to play their own rules, which are not the rules based on the common European values. And I think this is also something that we have to speak up. What would be my recommendation here? also talk about reforming the EU. I mean, we're so afraid of doing it actually, because the EU sounds, the last resort. But probably like my Hungarian colleagues, I'm a bit disappointed. I see a lot of instruments. I have a good cooperation with MEPs, but also the European Parliament is kind of toothless, right? I mean, this is also the part of the EU problem here. So I would expect much more from the EU here. But also, when we talk about it, when we talk about the rule of law, the independence of judiciary, a lack of independent prosecution office, we are ourselves undermining the trust towards the state and elections. And the second thought the soundbite, I have for you is also like be aware that it's really hard for us, as again, expert NGO pro-democratic community, to balance between pointing out all the irregularities, corruption, lack of rule of law, and not undermining the process of elections at the same time, because the people, disappointed people, will just not participate in the election. And this is what politicians want. This is the political campaigns. Not only they are now taking place every day, but also they are concentrated on mobilizing or demobilizing electorates. So it's really hard, and I don't have a perfect recommendation here, but one of them would be make democracy fun again. I mean, this is also our failure. We don't think, or we are afraid of thinking in a political ways, basically. We try to be, very accurate, we're just documenting things, which is important. This is part of my job, is to documenting the lack of rule of law, lack of transparency, corruption. But also, I think we openly should say we are political. We have a vision. We have a vision that democracy is actually the coolest system in the world, right? And for some reason, I think we're not really succeeding in that, because one thing is to protect the independence of judiciary and the prosecution, to hold politicians accountable, to be sure that the election process is fair. But on the other hand, I mean, the people have to vote on something, and this something should be fun in a way. I know I'm simplifying stuff.
So here we have a nice set of recommendations for everyone before we throw it out to all of you who are just as experts as we are up here on the panel. And so we have make democracy fun, get political, in other words, less academic, more politics. We have use the single market mechanisms more within the EU. We have this other question. Well, you said there were no solutions. So. Nothing can be done from this corner. Yeah.
The system can be paralyzed if funding ends.
So cut off the money. Here we go.
Follow the money.
Starve the beast, as Ronald Reagan used to say. And then, so let's now, I think, bring this out up to the floor. We have, apart from Zofia and Mindaugas, who have been asking all the questions, every panel, we'll get to you. But who else? There's a wealth of expertise in this room. And I encourage you all to put up your hands and suggest something. And if, yeah, lady at the back.
Fear of touching, and how do you convince people? What is your best arguments to convince people that strengthening democracy, strengthening the electoral process, is about human rights? People that do not really, that think that elections has to do with the parties, it's the politicians, let's not touch that. How do you convince them that it's about human rights by every person's right to actually participate in ruling it? Article 21. What are the best arguments?
Participation. Now, we have a couple more questions to bring them to the panel, or yep. You, yeah.
Kind of intrusions that we see in Hungary and Poland, and how important are academics for solutions?
Thank you. And now let's go to Mindago. I know who's an incredibly political person. Always give us a political.
Go away from this political thing. But what you mentioned, and we did here, countering state capture. My question is for both for Poland and probably Hungary. Can we identify the real losers from this state capture? I understand you would answer all the society loses and experts and NGOs and democracy, whatever. But the nature of these regimes is to bring the benefit to the few, for Orban's friends, and spread the cost across the society. And then if it's only few foreigners, then I don't care. So can we identify any interest groups, companies, tight-knit communities which are losing considerably, and this they have prompted for some action against the state capture?
So here's the question: who are the losers? Apart from obviously academic institutions, who are relevant, who are clearly losing out. What are the solutions for academic freedom in this kind of situation? And finally, how do we all get people to realize that politics is their business too? It's not like hairdressing to be done by specialists and you do it every so often when you need a haircut. It's how does it belong to everyone? Let's start. Well, actually, Mike.
Yeah, that last question actually really interested me in terms of who's the losers and thinking about some of the other captured regimes, whether it be the hybrid regimes down to the authoritarian regimes. And one trend that we've been seeing, those of us at Freedom House, is environmentalists. They're losing out big, and this will have long-term repercussions for democracy going forward. I mean, climate change is its own problem for democracy that we all need to figure out. We should probably have multiple separate conferences on that, of how do we address this collective problem. But we're seeing the way in which the decisions made by these captured elites are impacting local ecological issues in Russia, in Serbia, in Albania, in all of these countries. And there are these new sort of green parties, environmentalist parties that are coming out speaking out about this, but they really don't have the political power to push back. And I worry that it's only going to take time until society comes around to recognize that everybody's losing when it comes to environmental issues. So that's one thing that comes to mind.
Christoph, you in many ways the question reflected yours about get political. So what I'd say one of the sort of things that both academia and civil society has, and one of the reasons they have trust, is they don't get involved in like the immediate politicization of everything. So what's the role for like politicizing things at a system level, if you like? This is not about whether you vote for Fidesz or the opposition. This is about the structure of Hungarian democracy, for example. Is that even possible to conceive of in a situation where one of the sides, whether it be Fidesz or Peace or something else, is undermining democratic institutions? Where's the space for politicization but trust?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, what I said before, we shouldn't be afraid of the word polarization. Actually, we should be political. I mean, everything is political in the sense, especially in these discussions. I think what we doing extensively too much is that we are trying to be indifferent and play indifferent. We only talk about the process. We just want a fair elections. But the truth is, and this is one of the reasons, I guess, we are talking about this context, that we are calling the hybrid regimes, which have a negative connotation, that we don't like them. We want to change them. So we also have to have the vision for what we want to change. And I think we lack of it. We try to, escape from this, the main discussion.
Okay, what do you want to change?
Oh, that's, I mean, for sure, it's maybe an individual opinion, but I would say we need, and it's naive, I know, still, but there was a guy 2 years ago in US that succeeded with this actually, uh, talking more about the hope. I mean, we're very negative. I mean, everything is bad, which is most of the cases true. I mean, there is corruption, but also, I mean, people don't like negative guys, right? And girls. I mean, we need to give hope. And I would also say, and this is my, political statement in a way, I wouldn't go as like a lot of oppositional parties go from illiberal democracies to neoliberal democracies. I think there is something in between, right? And this is what people I think expect, and that's why illiberal regimes very often they don't need to capture the state because the narrative they have brings the hope, give the hope people. So I would say this, and we can do it with academics. I mean, they have a lot of good ideas, diagnoses, and are able to draw these wider policy frameworks that we can be more concrete with the ideas. But this would be my political agenda. I still we have to. I mean, I still think we have to call it this way and don't shy away from this.
Edith, I think two of the questions here were specifically designed for you. The one about
Yeah,
academia and the one about I don't want to say this the wrong way, identifying losers, because you brought that up very strongly in the at the beginning of your thing. That these disadvantaged communities that are being victimized by the.
And I didn't want to make it very academic, but I cannot help myself but bring in the populism paradigm because this is something which you haven't been talking about here, but I think it's strictly related to all the phenomena we're discussing here. So both the Polish and the Hungarian government, what they're doing is that they're dividing the society between two homogeneous group, like the deserving good people and the corrupt elites. And whoever is not with them is with the corrupt elites. So this is what we see like vertically, but it also works horizontally. So when I was talking about the poor people who are being completely excluded, it's not just throughout like the electoral procedure that they're being like intimidated and there is a coercive vote buying. But at the same time, for instance, when it comes to the community in Hungary, we are talking about the politically most polarized, deprived, and as I mentioned, pushed into the poverty trap kind of people, very easy to exploit them. I'm not saying that they're all victims of coercive vote buying. It's not always like that. It's just the way how they live their life. They feel it's so miserable that it's like a clear patron clientelistic kind of relationship from which they can hardly withdraw. So what I'm saying is that, and I think what the local opposition and the civil society could pursue a little bit like further, it's very important to give a real political voice to these people and to make sure to foster a more inclusive decision making when it comes to collective decision making. Because if we exclude these people out from the decision making, they're not really being represented in political, like these decision making bodies, neither on the national level or on the local level. At the end of the day, it's the easiest way to buy their votes and to tell them that if you're not supporting the ruling elite, you're not going to be able to get a job or to survive in the long run. So I think a lot more inclusive approach would be needed. And I think that's kind of like a homework that the Hungarian opposition would certainly would need to do. And when it comes to like academic freedom, I still see a little bit slightly more hope in Poland than in Hungary. What I've noticed is that like this kind of repression of the representatives of the academy is rather like self-censorship that they're imposing on themselves. It's not prevailing on the systemic level from the side of the government, but the question is like how far we're gonna get and
and there's an appetite for this.
Power structure is a lot decentralized and polycentric, and it's a lot more difficult for Kaczynski to push through all the things that Viktor Orban has been just achieving because of the multi-level governance system. And there is a president who is from time to time at least slowing things down, and there are also local governances. So what I think is that this is crucial because I think one of the key elements of undermining democracy in these countries were like they were trying to capture the referees, not only the judiciary, but also academics, civil society representatives, journalists. So I think we can unfortunately all put them in the same basket. And this is utmost important that, to try to prevent it. As I said, there are no easy answers. I'm not sure how to do this, either top down or bottom up, but probably more bottom up initiatives would be helpful.
Our Democrat at the back wants to come back with something.
Supports elections. They're afraid they will support more social programs. So afraid that we're actually. So I was not convincing people, stakeholders. Maybe that's a specific Swedish problem. Maybe other countries will understand.
From Transparency International, you know, working in this kind of thing, well, we're doing anti-corruption. They're like, well, hold on, it's not quite anti-poverty. Maybe it's a bit more politicized here. So what would you say?
Again, I don't have a perfect answer to you because before the precision of your question, my answer would have been Hungarians are pretty mobilized. I mean, the 70% rate of participation at the elections is quite high in Hungary, and the opposition, without any major, stable, let alone robust infrastructure, could include and mobilize a lot of volunteers to do on-site election observation mission in the voters' districts. So it worked. It didn't suffice. It didn't work in the end. It didn't result in an opposition victory. Actually, it resulted in a fourth repeated landslide for Viktor Orban. And the fact that 3 million Hungarians did vote for Viktor Orban means that Hungarians are pretty involved in politics. But for the precision of your question, for stakeholder involvement, I actually have no good answer. From TI Hungary's perspective, Swedish stakeholders seem to be quite involved and engaged with things going on in Hungary. At least we have a lot of very important collaborations and a lot of support coming from Sweden, through the embassy and to other stakeholders. But I also have a thing to add to contribute to the question who loses out on the system, because I don't understand. I don't agree fully on your description that the gang is winning and society at large is losing. Actually, I'm afraid that's the vision the Hungarian opposition has, and this is resulting in repeated dead ends and lockdowns and major defeats, because there are a number of horizontal benefits dispersed in the society which you get, and Mr. Orban of Fidesz is not caring whether you vote for them or not. You get tax rebates, you get childcare allowance, you get cheap energy, or at least the promise that energy is coming cheap, the carbon utility prices, which is a fake, but many Hungarians believe, and you don't need to be a Fidesz voter to believe that the energy is coming cheap. And there are obviously groups in society who lose out, like educational healthcare professionals, the whole thing about teaching the upcoming generations and education. I think that's personal, not TI take. It's my personal take on that. That as long as Hungarians are individual, the system doesn't care if they are pro-Fidesz or not. They get the horizontal benefits. As soon as they get grouped up like education professionals, healthcare professionals, the system reaction is that if you are a pressure group and you can blackmail or extort the system, you get something. If you don't, if you are not able to extort the system, you are just set aside. Now the educational system is getting Mr. Pinter, interior minister, and an old, bloody, hard-fisted communist from the 70s, once a Communist Party secretary of the Interior Ministry from the mid 80s. So he knows how to deal with these things. And the message here is that now you get Mr. Pinter. Be happy with that.
Okay, on that, and that's now happy with Mr. Pinter. Let's go around to another. I think Zofie is desperate now to make a point here, and then we've got the lady as well in the flowery top after Zofie. But Zofie first, and then you.
Are there any country democracy? And it's a question you want democracy. If they cannot have the French rule.
Great question. I mean, at least according to our report, Nations in Transit, we do not have a good example of a country transiting. We don't like the term nations in transit. These countries aren't transiting towards democracy anymore. Let's be real. We don't have a good example of that. We do see incremental progress in places like Kosovo, Armenia, Ukraine, but it's coming up against these problems of either entrenched interests, you know, parties that have been there for 30 years that are kind of pushing back on this reformist mindset, um, or in some cases, foreign powers like Russia pushing back on Ukrainian democracy. So unfortunately, I don't have a lot of good news there. And sorry, what was the other part of your question?
No, but I just wanted to intervene on that because I think I do have an example of this, which, with apologies to the guy from the Irish embassy, because I doubt it's official Irish policy. I would argue that Ireland in the 80s and 90s had significant characteristics of the hybrid regime. I'll just give you a couple of examples. One is there was an attempt by the then Prime Minister to put his family lawyer in as President of the Supreme Court. This failed. There were another one from the 70s. There was what was known as the sleeping judge case. So we had a special anti-terrorist court, and there was 3 judges, no jury. One of the judges fell asleep. The other 2 judges ignored it. This then went up to the Supreme Court, and they ruled that, well, the 2 judges that were there said the guy was awake, so we can only address issues of law, and so the ruling stood even though one of the judges fell asleep. We also had a outside the legal sphere. I don't know how many of you know Father Ted, the TV show. The reason Father Ted exists is because Dermot Morgan, who played Father Ted, used to be a satirical radio commentator, and the reason he ended up going to England and becoming this relatively lowbrow comedian and admittedly making lots of money was that he was pushed out of the state TV for being too satirical and too hostile and too effective a satirist. So these are things that exist in other countries as well. If you have more contested power, shorter periods of hegemony by particular parties, you often end up with more contest and more institutions. Maybe this puts it back to elections. What you need is regular alternation of the elites at the top, and that keeps everyone a bit more honest. But I'll shut up now and pass it over to the lady of the flowery top, who's been waiting very patiently.
My name is Violeta Vaida. I work for the National Democratic Institute, and I'm really pleased to hear the discussion about actually how do you shift these regimes. I was very happy to hear Edith talk about the role of cities. And we actually work in Hungary and in Poland with cities to try to figure out how citizens can get more involved at the local level in local democracy. And what we're seeing is that that's a layer that is really, really working in this region. And so the more muscle, the more democracy muscle you can give to the cities and the more democracy muscle you can give to citizens, it seems to make a difference. So actually my question is, can you see that at the macro level? Does it work, or can we only see it from the practitioner level?
Mike's already jumping in.
Yeah, no, this is the one piece of good news I actually have in our report this year is local democratic governance as a driver of change. It was the one category of all the categories that we assessed that improved across all of these countries. And so we do see instances of places like in Croatia, where local reformers come to power, they address the real issues, not the politicized, polarized issues that are happening at the national level, but the local issues of local corruption and problems that are happening. Of course, once they get into power, they have this double problem of not only building democratic norms and practices, but also undoing the rot of the previous corrupt regimes. So it's a real challenge, but it does seem that there is at least a driver, potential for momentum from the local level up to the national level. And they can build experience at the local level to then work their way up to the national level. We see that in places like Hungary, for instance. Maybe it didn't work out in the end, but we see how local pockets of independence at the local level can, in the end, impact national level governance.
Right. Well, the thing is that in 2019, there was a minor landslide in Hungary due to municipal elections. One third of the population of Hungary now lives in cities and settlements under non-government leadership. Budapest being the big liberal bubble with many districts as the biggest example for that. But it were high hopes fading away. The government immediately reacted, reshifting power, restructuring finances. To put it mildly, the government is currently suffocating municipalities. But even apart from that, TIA Hungary, in coalition with other NGOs, had a so-called "This is the Minimum" program, an anti-corruption pledge for municipalities. It didn't cost any money. It's just about being open and transparent and putting up information on municipal websites. Well, those municipalities which pledged for this program, the candidates during the 2019 campaign who signed up to be more transparent, who got in power after the elections, well, we can blame it on COVID that they didn't have the time to do that. But it's halftime now. We just made a follow-up assessment of how they progressed in this program, and the progress is zero. And there are some achievements in transparency of how municipalities are functioning, like decisions and some contracts. But municipally owned enterprises, which is a huge exposure to corruption and a huge possibility to do things better. Even opposition-led municipalities said quite openly that there is no way that they are going to open up any information related to the finances and businesses of these companies, even though laws outside of the sphere of our pledge campaign, laws require some transparency of these companies and of these corporations. But no one enforces that, and even opposition-led municipalities overtly say that we are not going to comply with that regulation. So there is hope that municipalities can do things better, but in Hungary, these hopes are fading away.
So Christoph had his hand up first, then you. So
okay, yeah, yeah. I think that the topic of decentralization is crucial. I mean, this is the proof basically, and I'm very far from being an idealist. I know there's a lot of also working for years with municipalities. There's a big problem with transparency. There's the big problem with sharing the power. But still, I mean, this is a kind of the municipality or the commune is a natural laboratory of the civic participation. And very often, again, we are complaining that this shrinking civic space, that people are not participating, they're not active, not volunteering. But if you look at the local level, and by local level, I mean very local level, so like schools, right, your area, the playgrounds, whatever, the people are really coming involved. I mean, I don't expect anyone to, just be active in the all Poland NGO and observe elections. It would be fun, but still, I think the core of democracy is also to try, and this is a part of your first question actually on how to convince people, which I don't think is very convincing, is the part of the dignity of the human being. So the source of the human rights is basically that you can decide about yourself and your surroundings. And I think this is the opportunity you have in municipalities. And also because there is this competition between the, let's call them liberal municipalities and illiberal central governments, this is a good opportunity to try to convince them to introduce even more of these tools and participatory tools. And this is also the laboratory that can convince people that democracy is fun and actually you have an influence on your situation and your surrounding. And very last thing, also what we are witnessing in Poland, the whole conflict and also the central government is trying really well in a way to undermine the position of the self-government and this decentralization report that we had a few years ago. And we can observe the big unity between representatives of different municipalities and also exchange of knowledge, exchange of experiences, inspiring each other. And the last thing, also, it's really interesting when we talk about decentralization to look at the Ukraine. I mean, the big part of the Ukrainian success is the decentralization reform. Every time you hear the news from cities, it's basically you also have to be aware that the resilience there is also being provided by the people from the self-government and the local citizens organized around it. So I think this is a good proof that we don't only can talk about democracy, but actually a very resilient, effective political organism.
Thank you. I can only just sign up to what Krzysztof said because, first of all, I think for me as a Hungarian, this is like a tragedy that one of the greatest achievements of decentralization also in Hungary, of course, not to the extent of Poland, it has been undermined and local autonomies have been stripped of their independences and financial and political autonomies in Hungary. And what Krzysztof said, it's important because it's not only like a very viral, like political communities, even civil society organizations are the most active on the local level in Poland, which shows how much it is decentralized and polycentric, which is, I think, like a fundamental element of the viral, I would say, at least maintaining, so to say, or slowing down democratic backsliding in the country where the national government is willingly trying to do that. But I think, I mean, I agree with Miklos that we also see some promising light in Hungary too, because despite how much they have been stripped of their like independences financially and politically, right now I'm working on a research project on how local level political opposition is trying to mitigate national level populism, and we have been identifying many interesting initiatives from the level of Budapest and many other cities, the way how they are trying to undercut the logic of this kind of dividing the society between the undeserving bad and the deserving good people. So like, for instance, participatory budgeting, like trying to include and like engage them more in the decision making, I think it's super important, but not only from this financial and fiscal perspective, but the way how they're trying to change the political culture on the local level, to trying to make it more inclusive, not to think like this kind of barbaric way of us and them, but try to make decisions together, try to move forward together, because I'm afraid that if we're not going to have this kind of approach, even if it sounds very idealistic, this is simply impossible to, as I said, undercut the logic of populism and to keep them off power and in the long run to replace the government.
Thank you, Edith. I think that's an excellent point of which to end. I'm very sorry we've got running out of time, and the next panel is due to start in a second. But you know, the defeat of populism needs hard work. It needs to go out and engage directly with communities. It needs to do what has been called the rubber chicken circuit. You know, you need to go out to all the villages. You need to talk to people. You need to have meetings. You need to eat terrible food while persuading people to get more involved in politics. That's what you need to do. So I leave you with that thought as we all move on to our next panel, which will be about our next panel about the digital part of this fight. Having just said, go out and meet people physically. Now we move on to the exact opposite, and how we can use digital tools to do everything directly without this messy carbon generating travel. Thank you very much.
Just want to say quickly that no break, please. So very off until 12.
Am I pronouncing this one?
Well, I think we
Okay, great.
sit down.
Should we do 1, 2, 3, and we'll go here?
Okay. Anyone else like a glass of water while I'm pouring? Yes.
Two questions from the chair, and then chairs from the questions from the floor.
Sure.
5 to 7.
I just wanted to say how
Thank you all very much. It's a privilege to be moderating this panel. So the panel is titled "Defining and Defending Democracy in the Digital Age: What do the rise of tech platforms in the political sphere and a new generation of tech-savvy political actors mean for democracy?" I'm going to be moderating. My name is Kyle Taylor. I run a civil society organization in the UK called Fair Vote. We work on election safeguarding and digital democracy. And we were born out of the Cambridge Analytica and Vote Leave scandals. So we published all the whistleblower evidence around those scandals. For people who aren't familiar, roughly 90 million people's data was taken without their consent by a company called Cambridge Analytica. And it was used in several countries around the world to target largely disinformation around the US election and the UK referendum. So that's sort of the context in which I'm joining everybody. I'm going to ask each of our presenters to offer some opening remarks, and then I'm going to use chair's privilege with a few questions, and then move to the floor and answer everyone else's questions. I want to start with Maya Mazurkowicz. Close? Maya is an expert on fighting disinformation and behavioral changes. She's the co-founder and head of intelligence and campaigns of Alliance for Europe, among an array of other roles. She has 15 years of experience in political management, foreign affairs, and communication, including working in the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland from 2011 to 2015, where she was responsible for transatlantic and European relations. Maya?
Thank you very much. Defining and defending democracy in the digital age. I mean, I think that we had a very interesting panel when we really discussed to go to people and talk about it. And right now here, again, we are in the digital space. But when we are thinking about disinformation and when we're talking what disinformation is doing to us, I think it's important to look at the broader scale, because often disinformation is misleaded by fake news and talking about the fake narratives. But to be fair, for us in Alliance for Europe, we believe that disinformation is changing the attitudes of people. And disinformation is one of the biggest problems in the current world right now. Because if we're looking at what happened or what is happening right now in Ukraine by Russia, Russia is the actor that is spreading disinformation to manipulate, to destabilize, and to polarize the societies of the Western countries, including also, of course, Georgia, Ukraine, and others. They do it on purpose. They have a very strategic views on how to do it and how to spread it. And on the other side, here we are, NGOs, political parties, oppositions, trying to defend democracy. And often that's not very sexy. Because what we really need to have, and that was also said in the previous panel, we need to have a vision. If we really want to go and talk to people, because that's all about. It's a bit about, talking and having a path to the minds and hearts of people. And that's where disinformation is flowing. Disinformation is very much getting into the emotions of people. And while we are making the opposite fight, we're often going into the minds and having, long discussions and great reports and books, but we're not really able to communicate in a way where people are. We are sitting and saying that people are not reading enough of books, but we are not really trying to get to people where they are and actually sit in here and listen to them, because listening is the most important thing. If we really want to defend democracy, we need to understand what people want and what democracy is for us, and think what this vision to have is there. And social media, disinformation is nothing new. It's been there since the beginning of ages, since the beginning of Roman empires. But right now, we have the social media, we have the new technologies that basically are attacking our brains through different levels. And that was, said by Goebbels that a lie that is repeated 1,000 times is becoming truth. Right now, it's enough to repeat it 3 times. You sit in the social media, you watch YouTube, and you see something, and then you go to the restaurant and you listen exactly the same thing at the other table. And then you go to a person that you trust, and you hear that, and you just directly start to believe that. So we are having a threat and we need to defend it. But the defending is taking a space. So I believe that what we need to do in order to change and fight with disinformation, we need to take a space and change the way we are communicating, make a simple and good communication, and use the techniques of the modern technology, communication to take over the narrative on stage. And thank you very much for being in here and looking forward for the great discussion.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we're going to hear from Nino Delice. Nino is a civil activist and freedom fighter from Georgia. Currently, she's the executive director of the International Society for Fair Elections and Democracy, which is a key election watchdog in Georgia. She's participated in more than 20 domestic and international election observation missions.
Thank you. Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this very wonderful conference during today's. And yeah, I'll try to talk about elections and disinformation and how we are trying to defend in Georgia. But what I see is very common in all countries which are affected from Russia, but disinformation in general. And as Maya mentioned, like Russian propaganda and disinformation is not new for Georgia. We have been struggling like more than 2 centuries. But when we have moved to this digital era, we really see that Russian disinformation, which was copy-pasted by some authoritarian regimes very well, is really reaching bigger society right now in an easy way, cheap way. So we are really trying to somehow stop it, or at least try to defend our democracies and our elections. So my organization really realized that a big portion of election campaigning has moved to social networks. And since 2018, we started to monitor elections not only with traditional methods, what we are doing for a long time now, but also we started to look to the social networks and monitor social networks. And we developed our own tool with the help of NDI, which was tailored to the election monitoring. And what we saw is that, okay, there is campaigning in social networks, but also what we see that there is violation of legislation in digital and social networks, and also disinformation. But I do not call it only disinformation, but information manipulation in order to discredit opponents, in order to destroy opponents. And this is all not only disinformation and fake news, but it is affecting the informed choice. And when we are talking about human rights, you mentioned that rights of voters, it's very important for the voters to have informed choice. So what we are also looking is that, for example, according to Georgian civil society organizations, we approached Facebook. We have very good relations with Facebook, and we asked them to switch on ad library, which gives us opportunity to see money spent in social networks, because before it was very close, you could not see, and now political parties have to declare what they are spending. But the biggest challenge here is that many of the actors, especially non-democratic actors, are hiding their official campaigns, and you could see official campaigning, but also non-official, discrediting anonymous campaigns, which are supported by the political actors, but you cannot really see. So this is, again, another challenge that there is political actors in social networks and you cannot see. And the worst part is that according to several polls in Georgia, and I guess it's the same in other countries, the second biggest source of information about elections has become social networks after TV. So that's why we think it's important. And these non-democratic actors have really learned how to use each platform in a way that to target the audience. For example, in Georgia, Facebook, which is the biggest social media network, is used for elderly people because they easily believe whatever they see. But younger people who does not really use Facebook and they move to Instagram, TikTok, we have seen use of TikTok, huge use of TikTok in elections by these malign actors or non-democratic actors, and they are targeting youth who doesn't watch TV, but the TikTok content is 1-minute video, so they are trying to spread this disinformation and propaganda there. And finally, what I want to say is that it is not only elections, but of course the politics in general. And the human rights, representative from human rights was talking about hybrid regimes. Georgia is now kind of, yes, in stagnation. We were moving forward, but unfortunately, we are also kind of competitive authoritarianism. And our government has really very well learned how to use like disinformation propaganda methods. And even like I was hearing yesterday how for example here war was used against like for the elections. The same happens in Georgia. Like all social networks and digital platforms are used to spread information that do you want war? We should be silent in order not to have the second war what is happening in Ukraine right now, or creating fake poll which is based on the question like if West asked Georgia to be involved in war, what should be Georgia's answer? And of course, like biggest part of the society will say no, we don't want war because we had 2 wars in 30 years. So how pro-Russian groups, but unfortunately authoritarian type of regimes are using these social networks, digital platforms in order to affect public opinion. And mostly the problem is that they are using it to create non-existing problem, to divide society, to create polarization, and to take attention of the people from real problems to non-existing problems like who started war in Georgia. I mean, you doesn't want to start war in Georgia. So I just want to finish with the words that we really know that social tech and social network is so good because everybody really has chance to get information and spread information. But at the same time, whether it is bigger good or whether it is tool under the hands of authoritarian regimes to influence societies. So we should think about that. And also one big question is social networks are not regulated. But regulation will be against freedom of expression and freedom of speech. So which is better? This is also a big question in Georgia, to regulate or not to regulate, because then it may be used against democracy as well. So I'll stop here and then I'm glad to answer your questions.
And as well, the European Union is currently moving through regulation through the Digital Services Act, the UK as well through the Online Safety Bill, and other countries as well. So we are really in the exact moment of having this specific debate. I want to bring in Lisa Rappel. Lisa is the International Federation of Election Systems' Senior Global Social Media and Disinformation Specialist, and I am so proud of myself for being able to say that.
My business card is this big.
And has engaged with a wide range of actors in more than 25 countries. She also serves on the board of the Observatory on Social Media of the Global Network for Electoral Justice. So her other business card is also this big.
Thank you, Kyle. It's a pleasure to be here and to be on this panel with both of you. So IFES, my organization, has been around for about 35 years. We've worked in more than 150 countries. We have offices in about 30 plus countries currently. And the benefit that that brings is this comparative picture, to look not just at the challenges of a particular country, but to look at how are these challenges manifesting in ways that are similar? And when we think about what can we do, what are solutions, what are interventions, to start thinking about applicable practices and scaling some of those different components. And certainly a commonality that we see, not just in the countries where we work, but globally, is this recognition that the narrative of democracy is failing, that in this information ecosystem in which we're currently existing, that the forces that are pushing polarization, that are pushing autocracy, that are pushing security over freedom seem to be winning the information battle in a lot of different ways. And whether it is causational or a correlation, that it seems to be that the rise of digital and social media is aligned with that same pattern. So when we think about what do we do about this? I'm a practitioner, not an academic. That and pulling sort of on Olga's remarks this morning and some of the conversations in the workshop yesterday, if we focus on the specifics, what's the step in front of us that we might be able to take? There's sort of a few pieces that I wanted to bring to the audience's attention as we think about what can we possibly do to turn this tide or to change this narrative. And so pulling on what Nina was just saying about the online space and domestic political actors, that of course foreign disinformation and the influx of illicit funds that are fueling information campaigns is a huge component of this. But we're also increasingly seeing that domestic political actors are finding that the game of manipulating the information environment is now the rule book you have to play by to compete in politics as it exists currently. So that being said, are there rules of the road that sort of exist about what types of behaviors are permissible in the context of campaigns and elections, that we can start to think about what does it mean to even extend those to the realm of social media and digital media. So specifically when it comes to, for example, online advertising and online campaigning transparency, we're starting to see, in my role, I'm starting to see little pockets of innovation that are happening from both the civil society, academia, election monitoring side, and also from the institutional side, these organizations that suddenly have a mandate to oversee online campaigning and are trying to figure out how to do that. But as a planet right now, I feel like democratic actors are all trying to figure out what do we do about online campaigning. So we can look to examples of civil society organizations that are finding ways to look at ad transparency data that's coming from the platforms and compare it to political party spending reports, to look at what does it mean to craft regulation around detailed disclosure requirements for political parties that are more in line with what digital advertising and digital expenditures actually look like. We've seen examples of innovation where, well, the platforms aren't giving us the data that we need and want. What would it mean for to create an independent database with some sort of coalition between CSOs and institutions that require political parties to be disclosing their political ads independent of the data we're getting from the platforms. So there's all these little pockets of innovation. So IFES is launching an online campaigning transparency community of practice. So we can sit in a room, have a really specific, wonky conversation about how do we do this in practice and really accelerate the rate at which democratic actors are able to innovate and learn from one another in this space. Another specific area where we're finding some insights and some paths forward is when we talk about this notion of abuse of state resources, the ways in which incumbents take advantage of the means of the state to give themselves an electoral advantage. That we haven't figured this out, but it's certainly a place where civil society is looking hard. But there's parallels when it comes to social media as well. How are the social media accounts of government actors and official institutions being used in the context of campaignings? What pressure is being put on civil servants for actions that they might take on their personal social media accounts, perhaps while they're at work, whether they're harassing or brigading or expressing party propaganda? So that's the ASR, abuse of state resources, that's happening on social media. But also, how can social media be used using some of these techniques of open source investigation to start bringing to light other instances of offline abuse of state resources? So for example, monitoring for instances where people are campaigning on the expenditure of public funds. Oftentimes they post about that on Facebook or on Twitter, and it's a way to actually start aggregating and getting a picture of where political actors are engaging in these types of behaviors. One very brief last example, and then I'll wrap up. This is something that IFES works on quite a lot because we work a lot with election commissions, election management bodies. Now, I caveat this by saying this line of work is really most helpful and perhaps only helpful when you're working with institutions that are nominally independent, that are not subject to state capture, and where elections actually have integrity. But it is worth highlighting this global trend in which election officials, election institutions themselves are under attack, where commissioners are being harassed, and where political contestants are sort of creating the narrative of, oh, our elections don't have integrity, whether or not they do, because they're then able to capitalize on that with their political supporters to cast doubt on the entire democratic process and the electoral process, which democracy is the loser in that instance. So we work a lot with election commissions, but also we do see examples where we do have credible election management bodies that are partnering with civil society organizations, both to be a source of information when fact-checking organizations, for example, need quick access to check facts about the election, or concurrently, the ways in which election management bodies, often with really tiny budgets and really tiny public relations staff, are trying to message about voter processes, about the integrity of the process, but they can't get the word out themselves. So understanding that this narrative, that having trust and faith in election management bodies when they deserve it, is something that needs to be part of the broader communication experiment. I was there.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Okay, I just want to start with a few questions before we go to the floor. I was really struck in the opening remarks by the statement, democracy is not a state of being, it is a practice of becoming. And we've always worked with another sort of similar adage, which is that elections are a democratic event and democracy is a way of life. And that it really infuses every aspect of your being. Coming from the US and UK context, working for Hillary in 2016, watching the disinformation campaigns rise, and sort of seeing more sort of hubris exceptionalist democracies see that maybe they're not so exceptional and they're also at risk, I think has been really eye-opening. But those countries still aren't there in understanding the scale of the problem. And I'm regularly called an alarmist in my day-to-day work. And what I want to know from each of you is do you think we are already in a democratic emergency? And if so, is the rise of social media-driven disinformation campaigns a symptom or the cause?
I'm happy to start. I, just 2 weeks ago, I've been in the GlobSec and in the roundtable about cybersecurity. I've heard from one of an experts saying, "Oh, war in Ukraine is a wake-up call," and I was like, "Oh wow, that's a wake-up call." I think that we really been in the wake-up call, like back in 2008, back in 2014 when Russia first time invaded Ukraine, and when they used back then a huge disinformation on Ukraine. And basically then we did nothing. Because that's what we have the tendency to do. We just react and we think, okay, nothing else we need to do. Like giving you the example of what you said, in 2015, I've been working on the elections in Poland. And we lost, or the current governmental party won, hugely based on disinformation. And in 2015, nobody really understood it. But in 2015, we had a huge emergency of the refugees. And the Kaczynski was basically coming there and saying that the refugees are bringing the diseases, that they're going to be raping our women, and basically was winning with those narratives. And those are very easy narratives to give to anything, because we as humans, we are afraid of something that we don't know. And the refugees are having, for example, a different color of the skin of us. If we are living, and we all are in the Central Eastern Europe in a very homogenic society, it's very easy to give this kind of tendencies for. And then what we've seen as well back in 2017 when we did the big research, because when I was talking at the opening remarks about listening, I believe that listening is also making the research and checking what your society is thinking. And we've been doing the research there on how the Polish society is really looking at the European Union. And of course, there's 80% of Poles saying yes to the European Union. But when you go deeper, and we did the segmentation, we've seen that there's 20% for and 20% against. And then there's 60% that are saying yes, but it can easily change the attitudes. And we also did the social listening. So we've seen that in the internet, most of the information about the European Union were negative that way. And then we went to the focus groups, and in the focus groups, we actually seen that the Polish people, in every single focus group, when we did it from the small countryside to Warsaw, in every single focus group, there were people saying that they are against the Ukrainian immigrants coming. And we already back then were having 1 million. Right now in Poland, it's almost 4 million Ukrainians. And we had an amazing Polish solidarity, driven, by our hearts and love and solidarity, and wanted to help. But right now we have the situation that we have 3 times more refugees than we had in 2015 in the European Union, just in Poland. There was 1,800,000 refugees coming in 2015. We right now only in Poland are having almost 400 million Ukrainians. We have problem of fears, of depression, of the mental health lack of support after pandemic. We are coming with the economic crisis, and we have disinformation flowing where we make a research very widely, like starting smoothly, saying, oh, Ukrainians are having better than Poles. Oh, they having the free healthcare system or easier way to go to schools. And those are exactly those kind of things. So if you're asking me, if we are in the emergency, we're in the huge emergency. And if right now we won't realize that we need to go and basically talk to people, make sure that this is a crisis. We need to put money in there. We're going to have another crisis within the European Union. And I mean, it can end up in the very bad way. So the wake up call, it's been 10 years ago.
Yeah, what to add? I will just say that for some it was 2014, for us it was 2008, when Georgia could not really prove that it was not Georgia who started the war and it was Russia. And now everybody really saw. So that time maybe we didn't have social networks to show the pictures, or I don't know, we even had the same in 90s when we lost our territory. So I just want to say that yes, it has started a long time ago, but like world just saw it. And problem is that this was from Russian coming, this disinformation, but now, as we mentioned, other authoritarian regimes are using it very well. So it's emerging problem, it is rising, and I'm really afraid that in this information war, we will come to the point that people will not believe any information at the end. And then we will have to think about integrity of information in general. So yeah, lots of effort should be spent, I think, in this, because it's really increasing and increasing, and whatever we are doing, we are just following, but we cannot prevent. So because we are like fighting against something big, which is strategically planned. So I think we should also look from the strategic point and to do some preventive measures and not to follow always what we have.
No, I would certainly concur with the idea that the emergency is here. I'm usually loath to rely on U.S. examples, but certainly as a U.S. citizen looking at the most recent electoral cycle and some of the numbers that we saw about widely held beliefs in the U.S., including something like 15 or 16% of Americans believing in the QAnon conspiracy to some degree. So we're talking about tens of millions of Americans who think that a child sex trafficking cabal is running the world.
Run by Hillary Clinton.
Run by Hillary Clinton.
And by the way, Trump is their hero, so now it's Putin as well as his friend.
Right. And even when we look at Stop the Steal, there's a majority of Republican voters, a significant majority of Republican voters in the U.S. think that the results of the last election can't be trusted, that there was significant electoral fraud that swayed the outcome. And so when we start to look at the scale of this problem and this emergency that exists, that it's not a matter of, oh, we're going to get those fact checks out there, that there's something fundamentally that's gone from the foundation of polarization, of citizen trust, and that when we start to look at that scale, that the interventions that we look at are much, much different than we're going to find a digital solution in a back room somewhere. Their engagement maybe at the local level through decentralization, rebuilding trust from the ground up. But I think it does, when you use the word emergency and you put that scale on it, you have to start thinking that big too, as well as what does a solution to this look like?
Just one more quick framing question. So we talk about the actors as the enemy, the producers of disinformation. I just wanted to very quickly touch on the business model that's used by most large tech companies, which is free for the user. But of course, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. And their real customers are advertisers looking for eyeballs. I wonder if you think that business model is compatible with democracy, or if the business model itself is part of the problem.
I can actually jump in on this one. When I look at the broader regulatory conversations that are happening right now, I think, how can regulation shift the incentive structure or shift the business model as a broader lens to bring to this? And I say that because I think you're exactly right. When we're looking at for-profit companies that are publicly traded, whose legal financial responsibility is to maximize profit for their shareholders, they are doing their legal duty when they are capitalizing on our attention and bringing us down holes of despair. That shift in their business model is where I don't necessarily see it in the Digital Services Act or the other regulatory pieces, but I'm curious about how can you shift incentives and shift the business model.
There is actually something, not maybe in the Digital Services Act, but it is in the Code of Practice, the strengthened Code of Practice that was just signed on the 16th of June. And that's where it's not an act, so it's something that European Commission is supporting, but it's 34 actors, including the big platforms and the civil society, co-signed, and they are talking about changing the demonization of the system and kind of changing in this way. I don't believe that it really happened in the way that we would like to, because we are part, as Alliance for Europe, of the People versus Tech coalition, actually together with with Kyle, and we've been advocating in the Digital Services Act, and right now we're working as well on the transparency of the political actions, political advertising, and yes, we need to push for changing this system, because it's not only on the platforms right now, and it's also basically making us polarize even more, to basically keeping us in the bubbles, making the algorithms where we really cannot listen to one another again when we have a different views, but it also affecting our media. Because if you look at the media and how the media are structuring right now with the clickbaits, sometimes if you seriously look at the titles that are out there, they have nothing in common with the article, and they have nothing in common with the truth that is out there.
Yeah, so from our point, we do not we do not have that much contact. We only have one contact with the Facebook as a platform, which has some regulations. For example, they are looking at coordinated inauthentic behavior, and whenever we have investigations, we are giving them, and they are taking down. Also, whenever we have some investigation related to money spent, they are trying to also look to this. But this is the only cooperation we have right now. So I think we should also, yeah, as you mentioned, push for the kind of social responsibility, because it's affecting the democracy as well. So this will be something that we together, democracy supporters, should push to these big platforms to take the responsibility.
Thanks. Okay, great. I feel like we've touched on the big top line stuff, the business model, governments, disinformation actors themselves. So if we want to,
government, I just say,
yeah, please.
Yeah. So what I want to say is that in some of the countries which I have been visited within this disinformation, they have stratcoms which are supporting civil society organizations to debunk disinformation, and they have some strategies. And this is also a problem that in countries which are using disinformation itself, stratcoms are also a problem. So I think we should also think about how to strengthen strategic communication units at the governmental level in order to support civil society organization to fight against disinformation. And same applies to the election administrations and election management bodies. Whenever they are free and independent, it's good, but sometimes they are not independent, and supporting them becomes problems again. So this is something we should think of.
And we definitely need to watch out as well, because what happened in Poland, the government was trying to use the fight with the disinformation in order basically to put more control over people and more, yeah.
So it's used as a power grab.
To use it as a power grab, use it as an act, and basically control more what is happening in the social media in the way that they can do. So I think that's also kind of struggling. And we also actually had Ministry of Justice having their own troll farm.
Government supported troll farm.
Yes.
So this is such a sort of cutting edge right now issues, and there's so many pieces to it, and I want to see if we can capture questions from people here. Yep, in the back. We'll take these two and then go 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do another round.
Which is quite common. I have 2 points. I think regardless of information being correct or false, there's a problem, because in social media there are companies which take money to present a political campaign or something else, which gives accounts which automatically send messages to people. That becomes artificial. It's no longer social. So that's a huge problem with social media. What do you think about this? That's my first question. And I believe it's against our rights if we regulate disinformation. It's a tricky road to go through, because when we look at the history, we have wars, we have heroes, we have events in the history. Are they really correct? The information coming from the past, are they really correct? I mean, This information was there for thousands of years. It's not something new. My point is, we should be the one to judge if it's a disinformation or if it's correct, not a government or an institute.
Okay, so we'll pick, and then second question.
Yeah, it somehow relates to this, and I think we're coming from extremely different contexts. Because what for you social networks looks as a threat. Just go to Belarus, go to Russia. There's no social networks, and then you're just fine. Thing is that social network, the social media, is an agent for change. There's no other ways in these hybrid or whatever authoritarian regimes. There's no other avenues to raise your voice. And so that's the only way. And the problem, as Nino phrased, that, oh, totalitarian regimes have learned digital tools. No, the problem is that you have not learned your digital tools. And it is not that these guys are learning. So social media, with less regulation in that respect, especially what relates to the area to the east from here, the better it is. Because right now, when Google and Facebook abandoned their business model in Russia, they banned all the advertising, and guess who's suffering most? The Russian democratic forces, they are suffering most because they cannot get out, even if they pay money. There's no way to get out. And the last kind of illustrative example, we just did a survey in Russia, and among the readers or the citizens who use Telegram as the main information channel, support for war is 10 times less than those who watch TV. So in these areas, your problem for disinformation of a social network, an alternative, is not a better social network. It is the TV, it is the outdoor, and it is the dictator's administrative pressure. So long live social networks. The more unregulated, the better.
That is an opinion.
Yeah, and I love the opinion. Provocative. So my comment and question would be this: that social media are like tools, right? And these tools are supporting any regime, any source of power. So we know from philosophy that media is one of branches of power, right? So, and we know example of United States where we have this strong connection of the private sector and money from the private sector through the lobby coming to the public sector. It's crazy, like some sort of corruption, and it's still working. It's not solved. So we have like all these big tech companies that are doing the same stuff. They're providing tools for anybody to make, or anybody can influence. So how can we break this link? How can we like stop this social media or this mechanism stop to work for just elite, for exclusive groups of people, and start to work for civil society, for all of us? So we all will be stakeholders in these mechanisms. Is it possible?
Should we take them in reverse order?
Yeah.
Just jump in.
Or just jump in. Go for it. Yeah.
So I'll just follow. Like I was not saying that Georgia is the country which and civil society was against hate, even regulating hate speech in the country, because we know that it will be used against us. So I'm not saying that I'm supporting the idea of regulating social networks. This is the just idea which is around, because in established democracy, it is easier to fight. But when you have like the developing democracy like Georgia, people are vulnerable. So that's why this is the question, whether there should be some regulation, because it is not only disinformation, but it is security issue. Because sometimes like it is goes beyond just disinformation, and sometimes it relates to for example, Georgia being again under Russian influence, and this is like national and security issue, and that's why this discussion is there. But in general, of course, we do not support regulating social networks, and I think this is the biggest achievement of people, as they can receive all the information. About the history, I can say that yeah, we cannot now change the history, and what we know about the history is that whatever was written, of course, the history was written from the, I would say, country's historians, it may be like written in a positive way, of course, and we cannot change that. But at least what we can do is that whenever we are in this time period, we can really defend what is true and false and leave it to the next generation. Of course, we cannot change the history what we have from our what we have from the previous years. But yeah, I think we should still defend what we have right now, because whenever there is spread information that Bucha massacre was done by Ukrainians, I think yes, this information should be debunked. Unfortunately, it is there that Mariupol's theater was done by Ukrainians, and some people believe who doesn't have other information, including in Russia. So this is the problem, that we should try to talk about truth and give information to the people what is true. This is my answer about the history.
I'm going to try an answer that gets at a theme that I think was emerging in all of these questions. I think you're right to point to sort of the potential pitfalls of regulation, but I also push back because I think the conversation about regulation often gets limited to thinking about regulation equals content moderation or regulation equals content decisions. And I think portraying social media as sort of neutral tools or neutral platforms is a bit of a mischaracterization, in the sense that these are tools that have particular architecture that push users unknowingly to make decisions that seem like they're in control of them, but in reality, the ways these tools are designed tend to push towards some outcomes more than other. And so I think you pointed to a really great example where the algorithms of the news feed, for example, can push political actors and journalists towards specific decisions that we've seen political actors reporting, yeah, I have to put really negative content on Facebook if I want it to get any sort of likes and engagement, that these are the types of things that are pushed forward. Or even I remember in the wake of the 2020 election reading about internal conversations that were happening at Meta, where there were teams that said, let's design new architecture to try and push the users of the platform towards more sort of healthy, positive civic engagements. And there were sort of decisions within Meta to quash that, because in the United States, where the decisions were being made, when you started to design this architecture, it tended to have more significant ramifications for one side of the political spectrum versus the other. And that this was deemed as a reason why politically this is a no-go. We can't do this. But there are different choices we can make about the architecture of these platforms, perhaps through regulation, though that is tricky.
For me, it's not perhaps. I mean, maybe back in 2017, I was thinking whether regulations are good or not. And in general, I'm a lawyer and I believe that less regulations is better. But for the internet, there's no other option than to regulate it. Basically, a part of the world where everything was possible. And I'm coming from Gdańsk. A few years ago, my mayor has been killed at the event of the charity event in Gdańsk. He'd been killed because there was a bunch of hate speech and disinformation spreaded years before he was killed. He was killed by a person that was seated in jail, there's actually a story about the national TV. Municipality did the research when they've seen that there was 1,773 fake and misleading information about it. And that's how it changed behaviors. So basically, if we want to stop those things that can happen in there, people can die. And we need to understand that. And if I'm talking about the regulations, I don't want to have a body that will be telling me what is true or what is not. Regulations are not about that. Right now, what we did, for example, with the People versus Big Tech and Alliance for Europe, we were advocating to have in the Digital Services Act a need for the platforms to have a very easy place where people, we citizens, can say that we believe that something is not true and it's fake and it's misleading or is a hate speech. So there will be a possibility when finally in 2024, hopefully the Digital Services Act will come into force, where we will be able to kind of mark it. And then there will be a mark and say that, watch out, it might be the information that you're having in here might be fake. And that's what was already happening with COVID, right? Because I mean, 2.5 years ago, there was a small percentage of people that have been believing that the vaccinations are hoax. Right now, it's a normal discussions that we are having in here. And it happened because of this information, because a lot of very good information coming from the media and the governments, because nobody knew what was happening with the pandemic, nobody knew about the vaccination, so it just went out there, and then people started to say whatever there are. So that's why the regulations are needed. But no, those regulations, I'm not saying that they are the ones saying what is true and what is not. And if I'm gonna reply to the question or maybe remark of are the social media are bad? No, they are not bad, but some of their business models are bad and that they should be changed. But yes, we need to use them. We need to make the research. We need to make a proper campaigns, 360 campaigns. I mean, Nike is using it, Coca-Cola is using it, Putin is using it. Why we can't?
+1.
Yeah, I just what I would add is like I think we have to be really careful not to take the idea that these companies are an anathema for democracy or reform, or that they're simply the alternative to an authoritarian regime. I mean, the first is evidence, right? So if we look at the Arab Spring, not a single country that democratized through a social media revolution is still a democracy 10 years later. And I think that's largely because we cannot forget their business model and their ownership model. Facebook has 3 billion users globally, and one person controls the board. 57% of all shares. And so I think we're not talking about, again, content regulation. We're talking about, is this model more like our democratic societies or more like authoritarian governments? And the businesses themselves almost operate like authoritarian governments. And that's where I think a lot of the view is coming around needing to do something to reform that, to make sure that its interests are in society's interests as well. Because it's a lot of power to control what 3 billion people see, when you can move them away from a shared reality, which is so fundamental to our ability to function as a society. And that's where it becomes a global issue very quickly because these companies are worldwide. So let's take a few more
And
questions.
I'm just gonna add one thing. If you look at the metaverse, that's even more scary. Because
Yeah, and the metaverse is
basically,
the
metaverse is the new universe where people can be depressed, have no life in the offline life, and just be online all the time and having their whatever there is and just be controlled. I mean, Matrix happening, pretty much.
1, 2, and 3 in the yellow.
I just wanted to say that I think this will is actually fatigue because we're dealing with the distribution. And throughout the 20th century, we had, an editorial profession on put jobs. They, and in well-functioning societies, they shaped the political discussion, they kept it within certain bounds of their ability, and in badly functioning society, they did not. And you had incitement to, every time you make a trilogy, you have the incitement to violence and political instability by any, whether it was with radio, whether it was Reformation, and the religious wars after the printing, mass circulation, newspapers, and the Spanish American War in 1998, which directly pressed the this stuff happens. Social media is no different fundamentally. The question is how to get forms of distribution of content that fit within the norms of a democratic society without also giving dictators the excuse to use regulation as a device to shut down the debate. I would suggest there's some proposals emerging now that aren't featured in the Digital Services Act.
They're not, or by the defenders of Facebook, because the defenders tend to adopt a sort of reflexively libertarian approach, and the anti-disinformation space has become, I'm afraid to say, a consensus that if only we somehow shut this kind of stuff off, we would be able to go back to an area where everybody watched PBS. But everyone doesn't want to watch PBS. People want to watch other things. So, but there are proposals now for allowing people to choose their distribution algorithm. In a very primitive way, this is technically possible on Twitter, where you can choose to have the timeline or its algorithm. The question is, how do we think about transparency of choosing your distribution algorithm? Can this work with a feasible business model In the same way as you used to pick a newspaper and say, well, I'm going to buy the Daily Mail or I'm going to buy the Guardian, and you get a different algorithm in each case, but it's still quite clear what you're getting. It's not looking like you're signing up to one kind of algorithm and getting another. You do know, and you have that choice.
Question in the back.
Linking slightly to that, Garland has just said, I'm reminded of the recent article on Parsons' work by Johannes Buchheim and Gilead Abiri, which highlights the difficulties of content smart duration fact-checking as a counter to disinformation and the dangers with that in terms of control of knowledge and information, and suggests that the best way to counter disinformation might be through regulation, but in a different way, which would be to insist on mandatory diversification within social media newsfeeds. So everybody has to be exposed to a certain level of information outside of their echo chamber to prevent to destabilize certainties and ensure people are being presented with contrary points of view. I wondered what the panel thought of that as a regulatory solution or part of a regulatory solution to these issues.
Thank you. Yeah, another name for it is sometimes called universality. So 40% of content must be universal to every user. Yellow jacket.
Now, this referred here may include a use of personal data. And then in some places, they're seeing things like uncontrolled sharing of personal data between CSOs and the state actors that are later used by state actors to election outcomes. And is that something that you're also seeing in your countries? How are you responding to this?
That question is actually deeply related to disinformation with data. So, and we'll just take the green shirt gentleman. Last question. Okay, we'll take these two questions, and I think that'll be near time. Got one last question to the panel about hope at the end. Go ahead. Who wants to start?
I'll start then from the last question because it is related to what we also do. Like what you were talking about yesterday, like sharing with civil society and the government, we don't have that sharing, and we do not have also evidence of private companies or anybody sharing with government, but we have the results when we see that some voters are affected by this shared information. So what we have is that personal data is probably shared, like personal data of the voters probably shared to the political parties, for example, who are campaigning, to the government, state agencies, but we do not have the evidence sure. So what we have very good legislation about personal data protection. We have also the person and institution who is protecting. So there were several cases about that, and there is no proof how private companies are sharing this information to the political actors. No evidence.
It's quite well protected in this sense. What I'm afraid more, if we're talking about the data sharing, is the agreement that we're giving, for example, to the big platforms, and basically they're using our data to everything and to do the advertising. And I mean, they probably know that as well. You're talking about something or you're searching for a dress or for something, and then you're basically seeing the advertisements right in there. So those are kind of the things that I worry about in terms of my privacy and in terms of where we are going with the privacy world. And basically, if we're talking about the political actors, of course, those are the data that the political actors can use as well while doing the targeting advertising in the social media, right? In this sense, if we're talking about the algorithms, I very much agree. Yes, it should be a super transparent way of choosing what you want to see and what you don't want to see. There are possibilities right now in the social media to actually kind of change the algorithms that are out there, but it's very difficult to do it still. So I hope that discussion will take place and will be more pushed forward. And talking about it, I also believe there's one thing that we didn't really touch upon yet, that is education. And it's not only education at schools, but it's awareness campaigns and basically talking that, yes, there is a problem of disinformation. Yes, if you're seeing something that it's highly working on your emotions that you fear after reading it, that's most probably disinformation, so check it. Be aware that we are right now having the same amount of information during one day that our ancestors did during the whole lifetime. So we are not able to fact check everything. So basically, this media literacy and critical thinking should be basically as it is in Finland, and we discussed about it yesterday. That should be basically something that should be in every single school, that should be in every single newspaper, done by every single NGO, be on billboards, and people should know that, yes, this information is out there and it's affecting you.
I would just jump in to acknowledge, I think it's a great question. As in the conversation we had yesterday, I appreciated the point that you made that we have to understand the problems of data and how it's being used before we can even think about what would it mean to design a solution. So just by way of saying, thank you, I appreciate the conversation we had. I've certainly already incorporated that into my thoughts about what is this conversation about abuse of state resources. To touch on the first question, I think the solution you're suggesting is one example of what we were talking about earlier in terms of the architecture of the platforms themselves and how can it push you towards particular decisions or particular outcomes. And I think that any intervention, including like the one you mentioned, I think there's a lot of things we can hypothesize would have a positive impact, but we can't really know until we would have the opportunity to actually look at data and sort of see what this would look like in practice. So I think hypothesizing about solutions is great and part of the conversation around what are we pushing the platforms to, whether it's algorithmic transparency or some of these other components. We don't know the answer yet, but let's keep hypothesizing and figuring out a way to, in confidence.
And just say, I believe the BBC is testing over multiple years a universality delivery for 30 to 40% of content, which would hopefully offer some insights that would be useful into how it changes behavior. Okay, my last question, again, now we're keeping people from lunch, is just 30 seconds from each of you on what the one thing you'd like to leave people with, hopefully offering some hope to improving the problem.
Yeah, like 30 seconds is short, but what we are saying is that, yeah, people are, yes, under influence of social networks, and we are talking about the algorithm, which is shutting doors and doors, and people are becoming in their small bubble, and they cannot really reach other information, which is threatening us. But, for example, what I want to say from yesterday's Georgian example, there we thought that people were under influence, and they were just in their bubble. Yesterday there was demonstration in Georgia, and 120,000 people went outside. So this is proof that sometimes we really think that people are under propaganda, but when it comes to really important moments, people realize and understand everything. And finally, what I want to say is that alternative is still in-person communication to the people, and also media literacy and critical thinking, which is very, very much.
I will say that we need to take over the communication, and we shouldn't be afraid of using the new technologies and using really the new communication techniques. We as Alliance for Europe, we have the Disarm, we use the Disarm framework that we're currently building the software on it, and will be open source. It's definitely something for the CSOs that can use, and we are supporting CSOs and different organizations as well to make their communication better. And I'm very happy to talk with you about it and support you in this. And yeah, I mean, let's not be afraid to go on the social media and communicate the way that we really go and be listened to people.
Whenever I feel doom and gloom about the technology and democracy conversation, I go and listen to a podcast or read an article about Taiwan's digital ministry and Audrey Tang, their digital minister. And I think it points to we worry so much about the downstream negative effects of technology, but what does it mean to introduce technology that enables participatory governance, that's designed in ways that pushes citizens towards commonality and consensus around shared challenges? And it's a lot of it's just the models of GovTech, CivTech, participatory governments coming out of Taiwan just make me excited for what the future could look like.
Great. Thank you all very much. I think it's time to eat.
Yeah.
It's really it's really important to hear because I
Okay, I think we're going to make starts. Just a quick run through this afternoon. We've got a panel dedicated to Belarus and Belarusian civil society and innovative practices. Then we're going to have a short break, sort of 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes in between that, and then the panel on rethinking election observation in the EU. And then we'll have coffee break, and then the final panel, which is how to make democracy sexy again, which will be followed by a drinks reception hosted by the Austrian Cultural Foundation. So I will let Alexandra take it away.
Yes. So much.
Uplift your spirit a little bit. In this panel dedicated to the topic of Belarus, it sounds innovation in the face of tyranny, Belarusian civil society. We have today the wonderful representative of the very civil society in question. We have Timofey and Natalia, who represents the Honest People Initiative organization that has been from the start involved in everything that was going on and now doing the amazing thing. So they will be the great reference point to talk about how the campaigns and engagement changed and what's going on now. And we also have Mike, who will represent the future, hopefully, of our entire movement, who will speak from the perspective of digital tools and how the technology could be used to actually use the horizontal connection and to stir and engage communities. My name is Alexandra. I'm the head of public outreach at the office of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. My job is basically has always been to make sure that the office and the political body has a connection to the people. Because in September, Svetlana and the team went to exile, September 2020, and obviously it's a challenge always for everyone to remain in touch with real people. So that's been my job and job of my team actually to make sure those connections remain, to help the societies and communities and organizations actually to develop and to strive, to contribute to capacity building, but for all really engage people in the decision making, in policy making, and in generally in mobilization. We will start today with a short video, which was produced by our organizers with the help of Honest People. This is very emotional, but also important tribute to the activists, to all those Belarusians who, after almost 2 years, continue to actually to fight for the cause, to fight for the freedom. And in our case, these are not abstractions; that are very tangible things for people who want change, who voted for change, and who have not received what they voted for.
But this is from Quran. The village it is and be punished to be happy in your country. Lukashenko claimed a landslide victory, sparking the biggest protest in Belarus's modern history. Come back to that.
Belarusian warplane armed to the teeth was dispatched.
For a Ryanair plane was diverted to Minsk. Homes of dozens of journalists and activists in at least 9 cities were raided.
One of Belarus's leading opposition figures sentenced to 14 years in prison.
At the forefront of election protests, Maria Kolesnikova has now been jailed for 11 years.
We really tired of you. We're really very angry. Please leave us. We just want freedom.
The head of a group helping people to flee Belarus was found hanged in a park in the early hours of this morning.
More than 35,000 people have been detained there this year for protesting, and some have been tortured.
Lukashenko recently admitted that many who were arrested then have been tortured.
I have to help my country and bring the truth to people.
It's a place where I belong, and I want to go home.
We fight for our future, for future of our children. Who else?
Not me. Well, actually, a small editorial remark. Viktor Babarika, who was one of the candidates, he got actually 18 years of prison, not 14. So maybe before we start and actually have some time for presentation, I will make a very loose recap what happened, because obviously the time has fled. Not everybody reading about Belarus. We know we are not in the center of the world. However, what's been happening over the last almost 2 years? So if we go back, May 2020, there are new runners up, new candidates appear, and people openly say that they will run for the presidency. What's very distinguished about that year and that period is that the main runners up are the people not from the opposition, but actually people who represent very different groups of people and are amazingly popular. That was Viktor Babarika, Valery Tsepkalo, and Sergei Tikhanovsky. None of them were actually get a chance to run for the presidency. They were refused the registration, and Viktor Babarika and Sergei Tikhanovsky were detained even before the election campaign began. There were a few days left before the official registration, and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, the wife of Sergei Tikhanovsky, went and decided to register to run instead of her husband. And by absolutely amazing sort of circumstances, she actually was registered, because our president and our country is very masculine driven, and our ex-president believes that women have no shot in the politics, which probably was also the reason why they gave a shot to Tikhanovskaya, which was his biggest mistake, because then the Tikhanovskaya became the single candidate. It means that the former headquarters of Babarika and Tsepkalo team decided to join the forces and to present the single candidate, and that was Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Over the course of the summer, she gathered rallies all across the country and was increasingly getting the support of the public. And then 9th of August, the election has happened. There was actually that attracted a huge amount of independent observations, different mechanisms to actually observe the results of the elections. The honest people will tell that in the detail. They were falsified, and that was obvious to everybody because people were in the polls. The votings were transparent. Many reports were falsified, or even the polling stations refused to show the results. So people they knew for sure this time the elections were rigged. And this was triggered the mass protest, not only in Minsk, as it used to be before, but all across the country. The 9th and 10th of August, thousands of hundreds of people on the street. That was followed with absolutely unprecedented violence, police brutality and violence. People were detained, and they shortly followed absolutely horrible reports of the torture. The people were not just, kept in bad conditions, they literally were tortured. And that was a breaking point because it felt like the violence could stop the thing. But then, thankfully, to the group of women, very shortly, on the 12th of August, different group of women gathered around Minsk in white, dressed in white, and they reversed the logic of the protest back to the peaceful direction, very openly showing that this protest is not about some kind of marginalized community who only wants violence, that this is about people's vote, it's peaceful, it's for everyone. And this amazing step, this amazing shift to this women protest gave rise to the so-called Sundays protests, which started first on the 15th of August and continued almost to the end of October, where every single Sunday, people in Minsk, but also in other regions, were marching out to the streets, and that gathered hundreds of thousands of people weekly. Unfortunately, the more time passed, the more repressive machine, started to exercise all its powers. You have some numbers here, and this is just a loose understanding that really just in 2020, more than 30,000 were detained. This detentions continues. We have more than 5,000 criminal cases, and in Belarus, criminal case nowadays could be considered anything from the comment in Facebook to wearing the white, red, white socks. So the criminal offense has become everything. The people would be tracked by the camera, kidnapped from their homes. And so that's just got tougher and tougher and tougher. So that's fair to say that by December 2020, the mass protests became increasingly insecure. However, the people continue the fight. It turned a lot into the partisan resistance, but also the yard or neighborhood communities would continue their operations, and there started to appear new forms of resistance, like cyber partisans, for instance, or this community gatherings. What is very crucial to understand, first of all, this period the surge of the civil society in its best and pure form. So that's a time where a lot of new initiatives and groups of people, professional groups, social groups, just the activists started to form different communities. And in an essence, it was not the movement of the classical NGOs who were not that present at the moment, but actually the very grassroots movement from different people who started different initiatives. And despite all these pressures, what is probably the most crucial point and why we are still here, that people actually have not given up, that the resistance and the fight for democracy, for freedom continues. Probably the most outspoken and vivid image of that is the day of the war, when the war started on the 24th of February. Again, hundreds, thousands of people in Minsk and across the region went out to the streets, this time to protest against the war, to say they do not support war, and they also want to return their sovereignty to Belarus, which territory was illegally used for the Russian troops to reside there. And that was a start or a new fresh start for the anti-war movement, which again united and mobilized a lot of people, a lot of different groups, actually, those who have not been previously involved in the protests, a lot of Lukashenko supporters who now absolutely realize that we have never agreed to the war. And that's given this new rise to these partisan movements, the cyber partisans, the sabotage. There are these railway partisans, people who block the railways, and many different versions where people still very actively engaged in anything to prevent that war and to return the sovereignty to Belarus. I will stop here and give the floor to my colleagues and friends to talk about more what the work has been and how does it look like to work with initiative and with people in Belarus and outside Belarus. And then I hope we'll have time for the discussion.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a PowerPoint for this. Yeah, me and Dasha, we represent honest people.
I'm not just.
That's fine. This one, perfect. You represent honest people, and you already have heard, some of you have heard yesterday from Elena, our colleague, that actually we are working on the same issues. We were founded as an organization to fight electoral frauds in Belarus, and we felt a lot of similarities when it comes to the problems we are trying to solve, including the vote buying, administrative resources, the unequal access to media, but also there are a lot of differences, like the crucial differences that Belarus and Russia nowadays face when it comes to democratic elections. The crucial thing that the elections in Belarus are not free and fair, not only because all of the things I mentioned, but also because the alternative candidates are being arrested and the votes are simply not counted. That the state of affair we appeared at in May 2020, when there was clear that there is a spirit of change in Belarusian society, when there are alternative candidates, when there is a strong and clear demand for changes. But the problem is that we knew that our votes are not going to be counted if we would not do anything with this. That's how vote count in Belarus look like. The problem that the election commission's members, they all are loyal to the regime. The majority of them are secondary school teachers that they're selected not randomly, but there are those teachers who express their loyalty to the regime. They, how we know right now, they pass through a lot of checks done by KGB that they are loyal enough um, not to not to unfollow the numbers that are said to be drawn in the final protocols. The observers and the media can only see these sort of pictures, this black box during the vote count after the polls are closed, that something is happening on these tables. We put our votes and we just got the numbers we actually got. And that was the situation in May 2020. We knew that that's going to be like this if we would not do anything with this. So that's what the point where Honest People, our community at that time, was founded, with the only idea that we need to make our best to bring the fairness of the elections to Belarus on this context of the overall mobilization of the society. We didn't do much. We just read electoral code promptly and carefully, and realized that actually that's the right of every citizen in Belarus to actually run and become an election commission member. That's where our campaign started. That was the same name of the campaign as the name of our movement, our organization. We just read the electoral code. We made the indie minimalistic web page where we just put the tips, the procedure, how to become the member of election commissions. We also prepared the draft for this application, also put some instructions how to collect the signatures, because you need to get 10 signatures in order to become the member of election commissions. So that was this innovative, let's say, platform, but in fact, very simple one. And we started with this simple educational campaigning. When we explain complicated things written in the electoral code, we explained it in the very simple, simplistic way that everyone could understand. The campaign got viral. And in fact, we had almost 3,000 of applicants, of Belarusian citizens who applied, who followed the full procedure and applied to become this present election commission member, with the will to honestly count the votes during the elections. How the regime reacted, we know only about the 11 random cases when this application were accepted by these local authorities. That's actually the part of the vertical of Lukashenko's regime. Most of them were actually abroad in the embassies. I mean, most of them in 11s, but also we had some random cases inside the country. So that was the outcome. But of course, it followed by this resentment, the feeling of being fooled by these 2,800 people who actually followed the procedure, did everything right, but were not, by any reason, were not accepted to these election commissions. And that's where the game of cat and mouse started, where us being the smart, innovative, just following the rules, actually following the electoral code, reading it and explain it to the public, and the government who reacts on this just I don't know, with restrictive measures, without this sort of responses when our efforts were not accepted. Yeah, then we realized that we could do something else as well. That's not only about this election commissions member. If we are not inside the commissions anymore, that was already clear in the beginning of June 2020. We could do something else as well. Our idea was to cover every single polling station in Belarus with the independent observer. So if we are not inside the commission, at least we could observe it, how fair they count these votes. We also come up with a simple platform. There was actually the map, because we want people not to compete with each other, not to be on the same polling station, but just to cover more or less homogeneously the whole all the polling almost 6,000 polling station in Belarus, more or less equally, to have at least one observer at every independent observer at every polling station. So we created this map. It's again like we communicated the procedures, we prepared the draft for application, and we supported this with the campaigning. Honest people at that time, like now as well, they're not people from politics or NGO sector. They're most of them are people from businesses, from marketing, from they all had at the same time had their own jobs, but still they contributed with all of them their knowledge, expertise to this marketing communication. Our videos got viral. We got almost 1 million views on YouTube for 10 million population of Belarus. Um, our um, um, our independent media started to write about us, and because the campaign got viral. What we got 10,100 citizens who actually became independent observer during the elections. Not we did not cover every single station because the majority of them were still in Minsk because the population is more proactive over there. Yeah, but regime of course saw the danger in our actions, and what they did, they said that due to coronavirus, that was still the pandemic at that time, and it was ignored by Belarusian government before. But during the election day, for the first time, they came up that they actually COVID exists and COVID influences our lives, and they decided to restrict and limit the number of observers that could be inside the polling stations to five. Only five observers could be inside, and no matter how many could be outside the polling station. Of course, all of the observers that were inside the polling station at that time, they were pro-governmental. They were not independent observers. They were just fake. There was the list with already filled in fake observers from these schools who just filled the places and didn't let independent observers to observe it. And the pictures, like in the bottom and on the left, actually me, who is observing at my own school, but outside the school on the bench, trying to observe how the elections are going, how the votes are counted. So that was the reaction of the region. Yeah, and this with this cat and mouse play, we didn't stop. We decided that we also need to work with the voters, and that's where the very famous campaign and platform got created. The Golos, the same name for voice, it's in English, the same name as the Russian voice. But the idea of our platform was to alternatively count the votes. If they would not count fairly by the members of the commissions, at least we could do something to count it alternatively and independently. So there was a platform, the very simple one, Telegram and Viber bots, where everyone could register with their phone number, Belarusian phone number, and submit their vote in order to finally compare the results with the one that were reported by the regime. We also came up with the symbols, the white bands, and did alternative ways of communication. We used the leaflets, we used the posters in order to reach as many people as possible. That was the election day. Also want to say that how the regime reacted on this. They again came up with the COVID measures and decided not to put the curtains on the electoral, how it's called, the box cabins, because when you touch it, it's gonna spread spread the COVID. The idea was that the part of this scholars and honest people and Zuber idea was to actually to make a photo of the ballot in order to prove it, finally to show how many ballots for Tikhanovskaya or for other alternative candidates we have and compare it with the official results. But the regime came up with this misleading claims that the making photos inside the polling station is not how to say is not they came up with that's um, not recommended inside so it's not restricted but not recommended inside the polling station, and they took off these curtains in order to put pressure to see what people are doing inside this cabins. Yeah, but we want we reacted again, and we thought that it would be nice to put some pressure on these election commissions members to come at the same time, to make the big lines, big queues during the election days. So it was the 2 p.m. During the election days, and you can see on the in the right. In the right bottom, that there's a member of election commission that actually is leaving the premises after the election day, not through the main door where all of them people are waiting for the results, but just exiling through the window. That's also got very viral. And yeah, yeah. The idea was to also our mission and mission of our partners, Golos and Zubur, to prepare the reports based on the reports of independent observers, based on the data we collected through Golos, and we got more than 1 million of votes and more than 500,000 photocopies, like votes, actually the ballots with the proof that they voted for Tikhanovsky or other candidates. And we prepared the report that actually proved that the elections were rigged and the results were falsified, was on the absolute numbers, because we had enough of Golos, of the votes in Golos, that we could prove that on many polling stations there are more numbers, more ballots in Golos than they actually reported by the official protocol. And also in the in statistical terms, when we just analyze and extrapolate the numbers of several polling stations, we had the data on to the whole population of Belarus. Go on.
Yeah, and at that moment to prepare this report, part of our core team of honest people had to leave Belarus, just because we need internet and a kind of safe office where KGB cannot go and take our laptops. And for that, we were not able to stay in Belarus. We had to go to Ukraine to work. And this week before the election, for this week, we went to Kiev. And the day when we were leaving the country, our leader was arrested. Ilya Shepetkovsky, he is still in prison for 2 years already without no criminal case on him. He's just in prison and nobody knows what's going on. And a few days later, after Ilya was arrested and we were in Kiev, on Belarusian state TV, there were such news. It's written on the dark side here, where honest people, our team, was like terroristic organization who kind of prepared terror acts in Belarus. And at that moment, we understood that probably we're not gonna go back home, and we just need to stay in Kiev for some more time. And yep, I'm just going to. And at that moment, it was all this emotional uplift in the society, and our work was done already, because we prepared this report, but we understood that we cannot stop on this. We need to move further. We need to do something. And we understood that the point is that the voting day, it's only a point, but the most important are the processes between these elections. And we need to act somehow during these terms between election campaigns. And what we decided to do is to, in a direct or indirect way, prepare for engaging people in future election campaigns and through civic education. Just to work with activists from different social groups and to wait for this window of opportunity which may appear one day. And in that moment, we create a view of our program with different social groups, as I said. Program, it means a technical platform, usually it's chatbot and anonymous and safe chats in messengers for people in this community can communicate safely, and engagement communication campaigns. And through these campaigns, we're trying to educate people to tell about their rights, about their possibility in legal way to somehow interact with the government, and just to involve them into the civic activism, because it's very difficult to work with auditory between these election campaigns, and you need somehow to interact with them. So that we created these programs for factory workers, for civil servants, for students and lecturers, for those who suffered from repressions, and for activists. I'll just be very quick with this project. In each project, we started from factory workers. We're trying to organize a national strike. We didn't succeed, actually. Okay, we succeed because we were about 6,000 people who supported the strike, but government reacted with a huge level of repressions. So in this way, we didn't succeed. Afterwards, civil servants, dialogue with people, and honest university with students. And you can see the numbers here. In dialogue, we have more than 3,000 of government officials who are communicating with us through our chatbot. And in honest university, there are more about 2,000 of people, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And in both of these projects, we plan our activities in kind of campaigns because it's important for us, for activists and for team of honest people, to divide these activities into small parts because everybody understands that it's not about quick changes in Belarus, and we need to see the small results, the small victories, these KPIs that we set for ourselves. So we have a different kind of campaigns in each project. Mutual Emergency Aid is a P2P platform for financial help to those who suffered from repressions. And Pyramid Hub and Open Good are projects for activists, urban activists who trying to change something inside the country. And with this project, we were working for a year, and as you've seen, all of them are about civic activism and education, but the point is that activism in Belarus is a simple usage of your rights. This is what we call activism. But even during this year, when there were no people on the street and so on, the level of repressions became even higher and higher. And here you see some of the numbers. And of course, the society is afraid, society is tired of what's going on. And today we're in the situation when this simple activism, I mean, usage of your rights, for NGO, it's activism, and for government, it's terrorism or extremism. And in this situation, we came to the next election campaign, which was this year to the referendum. And here I give the floor to Timothy, probably.
Actually, that's a cool photo I will just comment because it's not obvious. You see from the window, that's where how creative people get, for prohibition of using the national symbolics. So that's an LG televisor package box, which is, you see, it's white, red, white. So technically it's not a flag, it's just a box. So people will start to use things like that, but also for that you will have probably the Gubopik or Silovik just knocking out your door and grabbing you to the police and arresting you for 15 days for the illegal, how's it called, the illegal picketing or illegal actions, unsanctioned action.
Yeah, it's a great example of the level of repressions, which was seen in August 2020 when there were hundreds, thousands of people on the streets, and now when you have just a box in your window and you still can be arrested for this.
Yeah, the guy was arrested actually. He got 15 days of prison. The guy who put the box in his balcony. Yeah, that's the situation right now. We don't have NGOs inside the countries. We don't have media, independent media inside the country, and they're not only don't exist, they're illegal. It means that even if they are in exile right now and continue their operation, people who are following these medias, for example, they are subscribed for the Telegram channel of independent media or some Instagram channel, and this phone is checked by KGB or by the police randomly. So this person who is following it, he's under or she's under the administrative procedure already, and they face up to 15 days in the prison just for following the news, not even sharing it. Yeah, and our organization is extremist as well right now. That's the way how we preached to the last electoral campaign, the fake electoral campaign called referendum. Lukashenko started to organize a constitutional referendum in February 2022. That was not inclusive dialogue anyhow. The attempt of civil society to be the part of this process, and they offer our own draft of constitution, how the relations between the society and government should be established. They were refused. Moreover, they were criminalized because they attempt to send the drafts or send the comments and amendments on the constitution. People went for the arrest for this as well. But still, we wanted to use this campaign as again a legal way to demonstrate that we still disagree with the regime of Lukashenko. So we mobilized people to still go to this fake referendum, but to use their ballots at the protest vote, just to invalidate it with the crosses for and for no, because both of the old constitution and the constitutions offered by Lukashenko, they do not represent the will of Belarusian people. So we decided that that's going to be a protest vote. Yeah, and we faced this day, 27th of February. It was 3 days after the Russian invasion to Ukraine started. And our campaign that started like 4 months before the referendum, of course, was changed completely because of the war. And we used this opportunity of legally gathering, at least in front of the polling station, as a protest against the war and against the participation of Belarus in Russian invasion against Ukraine. Yeah, and as Sasha already mentioned, for the first time since October 2020, I mean, for the first time this year, it happened when the Belarusians were again at the streets protesting, and of course, they got arrested. We got almost 1,000 arrests during this day for expressing the disagreement with the war. That's it from my side. Sorry for taking.
Thank you, guys. We are smoothly shifting to the different presentation, and could you please switch that? And while we're switching, just well, not an anecdote, but the real life story about this campaign, for instance, and using the innovative methods and technology. So, what was done for this campaign, the major single piece was actually using the two crosses everywhere. So, what part of this campaign was actually with the help of cyber partisans, so I mean, we generally speaking, the movement, we wrote an email to the official representatives in the schools, which was sent to the official emails to many school members and teachers with the instruction that because that's how it operates in Belarus, that you always have the instructions from the top-down government. If you're a school teacher, you will get this every week. Oh, the local authority says to do this, to do this. We did the same. We said, hey guys, there's a referendum. Those opposition, they want to do something. You have to say no to that opposition, and please go outside and make a picture with these signs. And they did it. We had the next week, we had dozens of hundreds of teachers making this official publication to oppose the opposition. But actually, what they did, they exactly reproduced the very symbolics that was designed actually to say no to referendum. So that's about using the methods, which is, sometimes we operate same methods as the regime does. So if they all believe so much in the authority and the legal letters and the orders, that's what sometimes our movement does.
So, hello everybody. My name is Mike Ananin. I'm from initiative, I would say community of people from different groups, organizations, and initiatives. We call ourselves Meta Belarus from like two sides. One is Meta from Belarusian language means goal, and our goal is to have free country, a successful country, democratic by the design. And another one is a Greek explanation of meta that is like about. So it's about Belarus itself. And I was thinking how to tell the story, how to show the presentation. And recently tonight, I just like woke up with the intention I need to make a difference. So sorry for the design, it's awful, but I will tell you my story, how it is. So here you can see that Meta Belarus right now covering a lot of different horizontal connections is just small list of different groups participating in our movement. That's actually participating in a specific project regarding digital passports prototypes that we are working on. And we started in 2020, right after the elections. So I'm a solution architect in IT and a consultant. So I came to this problem from the point of view, how can we use and what kind of technologies can we use in order to solve this problem and make it resistible to the same situation, to learn the lesson. So here you can see the problem why Belarus is this, right? Because we have Lukashenko who is powering all the branches of the power. And you don't see civil society here. because there is no civil society. And you can ask any Belarusian person, you can ask any researcher, he would say there is no civil society because actually Lukashenko built a vertical of power where all the branches are mixed with each other, and he is kind of like a foundation of everything. So is a you see is a gravestone, and the civil society is buried upon it. Under it. So we start to think, how can we fix it, right? What kind of tools and technologies can we use? And then for 1 year, we were designing, prototyping, researching, and we found several cool technologies like digital voting, digital identification system, verification system, coordination, education, all these different tools and methods we found, and we're like, okay, now we're ready to go and to test it. So we went to office of Tikhanovskaya because she's a leader of the Russian people. She's kind of took a great responsibility, a great role of being face of the Russian people. And we came to her, and for 1 year, we were advocating about the digital tools because, as you heard, it's impossible to build democracy inside of Belarus. It's just impossible. The system is bad. And anybody who will try will get out of prison or to exile. So we were advocating that we can use digital tools in order to rebuild a state. So here you can see that right now we have office and like another political power, just like use office as an example, who are trying to rebuild it. And the first stuff is to rebuild media, right? To keep the agenda, to tell the world and to the Russian people about the situation and about what is happening. And but it is still happening in the same way. And right now, the current plan is to, while the office has media, right, to use Estonian electronic government to build a digital state, right, and then like to have a digital state in exile that can fix the problem. So, but as you can see, it's still the same old structure, right? There is no possibility right now. There is no option that any closed, exclusive group of people can build or use a state as it is right now to liberate people because it will always drive to the same way. This the Russian people I used to have vertical. I used to have that power in this coming from like from someone. So instead of it, we should rebuild digital society. We should make it as a foundation of our country. And right now we can't operate in the reality, right, of life. So we are scattered over the world. We are distributed everywhere in different countries, and even inside of Belarus, but still in digital field, acting together as a horizontal structure. And my initiative is a proof of it. So, using digital civil society as a foundation, we can rebuild these branches of the power. And there are tools for it. So, for the media, decentralized publishing system that is providing medias with real freedom and independent source of income. So they can do investigations, they can publish without taking a charge or an order or a task from anybody else. Legislature system that allows people using open space technologies and dispute resolution systems create new legislation, create new agreements between people, or at least engage into the conversation, right, and start to find some common ground. The executive branch using decentralized autonomous organization and decentralized voting, allowing people horizontally manage huge amounts of funds. All these technologies exist, and even judicial branch already exist. Decentralized court, decentralized dispute resolution systems. It's impossible right now. Technology is providing everything, but we are still missing this crucial cornerstone of any state. And I think this is problem is about every country, right? Even like here in this country, we also have like you have the same problem, right? Where like the vertical is building and the government is controlling everything. So to fix it, we have to go back to the basics. We have to use network of trust build through the handshake, through communication between different organization initiatives. We can like use the identification technology that actually right now is developing and implementing inside of the Europe self-sovereign identities where people are in charge of their own data, where people are managing and controlling who will use and how and for what reasons will use this data. And establishing this network of trust with each other, we can actually start to build this democratic by design system. Because if we are speaking about human oriented, human centered approach, People are in the center. People are foundation of the state. So, and one thing that is crucial for this development should be open source. And I'm not speaking about IT, I'm speaking about everything, even like development of the civil society. Open, inclusive dialogue, inclusive tools to contribute. Anyone, if even it's like complete opposition. For example, I use the example of the office of Tikhanovsky right now, having an opposition to Alexander, who is representative of the office. And this is normal. This is democratic. So having here this conversation, we already set up in a democratic process. So, and like in the end, what we will have? We will have this digital civil society platform as aggregation tool to aggregate political capital. And that's what we need as Belarusian people to get this political capital and to show it to Ukraine, for example, to finally get agreement with Ukrainian government so we can actually build our own army there, right? We can take care of our Belarusian people that are there as well, suffering from the war. We can use gain capital, like financial capital, in order to push more this media agenda, and etc etc. And then in this aggregated political capital, we can run elections, campaigns. We can start to use and deliver to the people different ideologies, different systems, different opinions, but still be united as a civil society. And to sum up, this digital civil society, right, based you being horizontal as it is right now, with horizontal connections and with tools that embrace this horizontal structure and embrace the freedom and individuality of every human and every organization, will allow us to rebuild state from the scratch, to rebuild all the institutions and make them responsible, make them truly democratic, because they will be not even focused, they will be based on our own values, human rights. And so the new system that will come out of it, it will be truly democratic. Maybe the name will be different. We spoke with some people about it, right? The future of democracy. But what is essential and crucial for us, European people, is to have this human-centric approach where we are the center of the picture. So, and the methodology of it is not new, right? I might speak about some future things, but actually philosophers already produced it. Like United States, they were built using the philosophy, right? They were built using the methodologies. People get together and created rules. By the rules, they created all the country and all the economy. And United States is the greatest example of it. So we can go through this process again right now. And one of the creators of Belarusian methodology to create a state, and a digital state even, is Vladimir Matskevich, who is actually imprisoned right now, philosopher sitting in prison. Why? Because he's speaking the truth. We are people who can build the new state that will help us to fight the climate change, to develop culture, education, science, to be humankind as we are. So, and this is it. If you want to support us, you can take the contacts, and we're really welcome to ask your questions.
Thank you. I didn't say anything about the time, just not to be in a position to your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, good on time. We still have 5 minutes to take your questions, and then everybody's still here. We'll be happy to talk to you later in the coffee break. We'd be happy actually to talk to you and answer your questions again if we're back to the topic and talking about the strategies of engaging people, of mobilizing people, of building the civil society in a situation where it's almost impossible to do anything inside of the country. So maybe we could also have some questions and topics there. Many examples show that basically the strategy is always running one step ahead. The regime prohibits some, we come up with something, regime prohibits it, then we come from different angle. So it's this evil dance basically with them stepping on our feet, but then we always find a way to twist it. I saw the hand there. Yes, please. Yes, you're a wonderful lady.
Yes.
distracting that we don't have conversations that really next question remain in touch. I have one more question. The thing is, that came up is the accessibility. So when you say people, can this idea, this project, this energy appeal to everyone, or who are the? Do you have any specific target groups? Do you have any thresholds? Do you see any obstacles to roll out this? Obviously, the digital domain is for lots of people, but not for everyone. So how do you deal with this? Are you planning to overcome this? What's your plan? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So the implementing digital tools is a very difficult task currently, right? And if you're implementing something for social or for environment, it's even more complicated. But the research we made appeared to be that in Belarus, the main user group of digital tools are women aged from like 30 to 45, something like this. Women who are taking care of the family, who are standing in the kitchen, who are speaking with other people, or like saying to the husband, "Hey, go like fix this stuff," and etc. etc. People who can deliver the message, who can like deliver. If it's working, if it's giving some like result, yes, it will be delivered. Then the adoption pain will be like overcome through this. And as well, we have another problems, economical problems, right? Cybersecurity problems that also related to the subject. And these problems can be overcome like we designing tools that like preserving the security and privacy of the people. So people are not giving any data, personal data, to the internet. They keep them locally. And also economic incentives, right? So there are some development and still research, right, and a testing phase where we're developing micro stimulation for people, just like some $1, $10 to get the account, just like to start vote, to see how it's working and provide a feedback, right? So people will feel that they like it's important job to educate, to study this stuff. So our initial target group obviously are the expats all over the world because are the people who are suffering the most from the war right now. Officially, Belarus is an ally of Russia. So officially, if I'm going with my passport to European pro-governmental bureaucratic institution, right, to receive a residency permit or open a bank account, I will show the passport and they will deny me because I have Belarusian passport, right? So these people having these troubles, they are aiming for this any tools that can fix them, right? And then after that, we will go to activists in Belarus who are using the tools to protect themselves and to continue coordinate. We have really wide network of the people. We constantly receiving feedback from them, and we see that people are ready to overcome the adoption pain. They just need something useful and working tools. Unfortunately, Meta Belarus never received any financing. Right, we were very careful about it because we didn't know who to trust and we didn't know how to go there. We're like IT people trying to build something social, right, without thinking of the commercial, I would say, philosophy of it, not like extracting profit, but to delivering value for the people. So it took longer time, but right now we have it, and we are like already testing and implementing the thing. So I believe that this year next few months we will like run out the prototype of the digital passports, and then like this year we will finally deliver all other things that people start to coordinate and vote and like distribute funding and start to build the institutions. So let's see. I have a very optimistic point of view on this.
Our time is running. I will briefly add to the topic of the target groups. So what's the last year and a half and all of our social polls show that actually in terms of just even delivering the message about anything from campaigns to the overall democratic narrative, we are still very good at reaching out to people who support change. We don't have actually challenges there. We know the channels, it's very clear communication for us. For all those again who support change, it does not necessarily mean that they support Tikhanovskaya, but they want the change in the country, and that's still the major criteria for us. We're not in a presidential campaign election. We need people to support the democratic change in the country. So it's working well with the groups of people who actually there and say, yes, I want change. I want Lukashenko to go. The challenge comes when it's either a neutral audience or his active supporters. That's very hard because first of all, the sources of information, they still mostly consume information from state propaganda channels. That's very hard to compete with that. So the challenge lies there, and it's actually still to figure out one way that has been working. I mean, the outreach has not been amazing, but it's been working. Is actually some is that. So amazingly, in the 21st century, one of the major sources of information has become the printed newspapers. And there is this Samizdat initiative by Prosvet, who actually started printing and distributing newspapers, regional newspapers, all across the countries, producing the content, basically just printing the real news and the fair information and delivering these newspapers very often to the households which otherwise would not have access to anything real. So that's one of the tools that is working right now, but it's still always for us. There is a lot of done in terms of the social media, and because a lot of support, passive people, neutral audience or supporters of Lukashenko are actually very active in various in social media, like at Naklasniki or Vkontakte. So now a lot of job is going to there. Actually, advertisement, that is nobody wants to hear that, but actually in the in our fight, ads in this commercial ads is a very powerful tool because that helps you to bring this wall of people not receiving your content. So that's how it's working now. We will see. It's always a challenge and the way to try out new things and to see how can we reach out to the wide possible audience as possible. I believe our time is up. No? So to you.
Can we start? Thank you all for being here in the fourth panel today. So we talked a lot yesterday and today about free and fair elections. We talked about elections in different parts of Europe. We've just talked about elections in Belarus. So now we're moving our geographical focus a little bit towards the west. We're going to be talking about free and fair elections in the EU and what kind of election observations do we need? What kind of EU role is there to be considering elections? And we have a great panel today. We will have Megan Fitzgerald speaking in front of ODIHR. Megan is the head of elections for ODIHR. Pierre Etier from NMO, so domestic observation, also head of elections. Adam Soleanu from EPD, program manager, and Zofia Lutkiewicz, Political Accountability Foundation vice president. Yes. And before we move to our panelists, Slavomir Shishka will present the main findings of the report that they did on a very topical issue, and that's the state of domestic observation or civil election, citizen election observation in the EU. So, Slavomir, please give us the baseline here.
Thank you for this invitation for the Unhack Democracy and for the EPD and also for possibility to share our findings. Which in EPD think that citizen election observation it's have huge potential, which is still not used in the European Union. And for these reasons, we decided to diagnose the situation and to look whether how observers operate, citizen observers. We asked questions. One, whether observers can observe voting and counting procedures in their home countries, and found out that 15 states, which is around half of them, have legislation that open to citizens these procedures. Also, we analyze whether European Union states recognize the very status of the citizen observers and mention them in electoral law. And only nine states have such words or, in fact, status as citizen observers. So it's around 1/3. Not impressive number. Anyway, we look also into recommendations because since 2000, OSCE ODIHR formulate in total 90 recommendations to all current EU member states related to the rights citizens to observe elections. The recommendations were offered to all but 2 states, and we found out that only 5, but in fact 2, because this order should be rather partially implemented all the recommendations. So it's around 10% of states. And we're talking about recommendations actually to enhance the ability of civil society to contribute to the electoral integrity, because that was the aim of these recommendations. Other thing interesting that we found is certain trend. There was some improvement over the years, but very slow. Few states implemented the status legislated for observers. 2016, Estonia, 17, Slovenia, year later, Poland and Lithuania. But what is interesting, after 2018, it stopped. I know no single case of state, despite all this pressure on our democracies, on our electoral processes, that states will open access to electoral procedures to their own citizens to observe them. Citizens all over Europe conduct various kinds of observations. Some group only for election day, other try observe entire process. But we have also plenty groups that use their own specific expertise and observe only one specific subject. For example, campaign finance, access for voters with disabilities, media, disinformation. What is common for all these groups is that they face certain kind of challenges to be able to fulfill, to use the full extent this tool. And one of this challenge I already mentioned, access to the proceedings, to the electoral proceedings, electoral commissions, courts. Other includes access to the financial resources. It's hardly possible to conduct observation mission that lasts many months, basing on only on volunteering. Other difficulty is limited possibility to transmit the findings and assessment into the public policy. Big problem is lack of the trust, understanding and knowledge actually on what observers do, what they can observe, how they operate, and how this tool can be used for the benefit of our elections. Far too often, all the time still observers, especially in developed democracies, are considered as fraud searchers, fraud preventing mechanism. This is a very narrow understanding what we actually doing and what citizens can contribute. A few concluding remarks. Why states, European Union states, but also European Union and European Union institutions should do more for better legislation for observers and to support, facilitate citizen observation. I made a list of 10 points, and I'm sure there is even more very important reasons. I will mention only few of them. One of them is that states or really promise this to the citizens because subscribing to the OSCE commitments to the ECCPR, they commit to that there should be independent scrutiny of voting and counting process, and I consider that it will be appropriate for the EU states to respect their own citizens and what was promised. Other reason is the matter of credibility. The European Union is mm, observing elections globally on all continents and recommends the same things on access to all citizen observers in other countries. So I think we should use the same standards also for us, especially the day based on frequently on the same legal basis. But perhaps the most important reason for this is that citizen election observation is actually ideal mean for activating citizens, educating them in electoral processes, making them engaged in our democracies. And from my practice as election observer since 2006, I'm completely sure that person who even observe for one day counting votes for the rest of life will look in different way on democratic system, and for sure we will be among us as one of the defenders of rule of law and the democracy. Another reason is that our democracies are under threat, but the threat comes also from rapid changes, social and technological. Actually, every few years we need to change or make some amendments to electoral law, and there is huge role for observers to find the risk area, to recommend what can be changed, to work as early warning mechanism before problems that each country have various kinds not become even more serious. Usually, if we talk about electoral law, there is one rule that problems that appear during one electoral cycle for the next can become much more serious. And there is huge role for citizen observers to contribute to electoral reform. Frequently, they have much better orientation and knowledge on various modern technologies and can react. Closing remark, we should understand that citizen observers in the role that they can fulfill and which in the contribution that they can make cannot and will not be replaced by international observers in the European Union. We must count on ourselves to a large extent, and they also will not be replaced by and will not be by institutional supervision, very important also conducted by various EU institutions, by our national institutions. And all these three elements should work together. And only then, I believe, we can have much stronger safeguards against various challenges. But for this, as at the beginning I mentioned, we need better legislation for the election observers, and we need more enabling environment that will encourage civil society groups and individual persons to do this very important service for our societies. And with I would like to finish with an opening question to our panel of experts. What actually we can do to move forward from the situation we are for now in terms of legislation and conditions for observers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Slavomir, very much. I think we will have time to maybe come back to some of these questions in the later section. So if you would be available to join us later, that would be great, maybe to answer some of the questions for the audience. Thank you. We also had the sixth panelists appearing on the Zoom unexpectedly, I think. But let's turn to the panelists here physically present. I'd like actually to start with Pierre, and maybe precisely because we are talking about free and fair elections. What does that exactly mean? And is there still sense in talking about free and fair elections? Should we be talking about something else?
Thank you, Buyo, and thank you for the opportunity to be here in sunny Budapest. It's a real pleasure. So to address this question, I would have essentially 4 points I would like to make. I'll be brief on each of them, don't worry. But I hope that will answer your question from the perspective of NMO, which again is an international civil society election observation. So we sort of find that's the middle ground in between international observation and domestic civil society observation. So the 4 points. The first is a theoretical point, but I think it's important to mention. Is that when we talk about free and fair elections, absolutely those are fundamental, crucial concepts for several reasons. First of all, because they're enshrined in international standards and international instruments which we have. And secondly, because as election observers, we rely on the concept of free and fair elections in order to formulate our assessments. The problem with these two concepts is that they're very performing, they're very good at explaining things when you're going into details of an election, but they're not very good at working to describe an election as a whole. To give you an example of that, in my role of head of mission in several countries, you meet with election stakeholders after an election, for instance, ambassadors. And one of the first questions that usually comes to mind and that they ask, they want insider information, they want to know, were elections free and fair? And you can guess what is the answer to that 100% of the time. Partially free, partially fair, which is the equivalent of saying nothing when you think about it. So in order to address that, a better question would be, were elections genuine? And this is where you have the notion of genuine elections as opposed to fake elections, which is also enshrined in the ICCPR, Article 25. So that does a much better job at describing an election as a whole. So ideally, the title of this panel should be genuine, free, and fair. Not to forget that I'm not saying we should exclude and move away from free and fair. I'm saying they were very good at explaining specific aspects of an election, which then can be discussed. But the first question first comes, Jane. The three practical points I want to mention is basically related to, because we're not talking only about problems, but also about solutions that we can offer, is what can we do? What is the next step in terms of election observation in order not to keep on going around in circles and to really address some of the issues that we're seeing pop up more and more often? The first is long-term observation. I would say in the 90s up until perhaps the early 2000s, in the 90s when you really had election observation was gaining a lot of traction, you still had a lot of election fraud that was happening on election day. So, things like pressure on the voters in polling stations, family voting, ballot box stuffing, and Bulgarian carousel, these kind of things. I'm not saying this doesn't exist anymore. I'm saying that a lot of the things, at least in the countries where we observe, a lot of these things have sort of shifted away towards now we see more and more manipulations and contestants trying to gain an advantage in the pre-election period. So this is the era of blatant fraud on election day has sort of decreased, whereas you have now the pre-election period has become more and more significant. And what does that mean for us as both, I think, international and domestic observers, is that we need to continue, of course, observing election day. I'm not saying it's not important, but we need to mobilize more efforts in terms of quantity of observers and in terms of reinforcing the methodology on long-term observation. Because if we want to be able to seize these issues that are happening, again, mostly before an election, by election day, it's mostly done in that sense. We need to really improve the methodology. The second point I feel is important and also echoes one of the previous panels, which is about the media. The issue, and this is especially for international observers, when we arrive in a country, we are there for a few weeks, a few months at best. But the problem is that the work of the media, including on political and potentially election-related content, is continuous throughout the year. So even if you have the top level media analysts, media experts in the world, they're there only for a few weeks. So by definition, they cannot seize the entire complexity of what's going on when it comes to the media and the electoral process. If you add to that the fact that digital media platforms, social media have really exploded over the last few years, you have a problem where you need to reinforce the methodology. Another issue related to that is that media monitoring requires a lot of people. It requires sophisticated methodologies and it requires a lot of manpower, which often international missions don't necessarily have. Some more than others, I would expect that in ODIHR, of course, you have maybe an easier time with that, but at NMO, we're very limited in that. So again, trying to have a problem-solving approach. At NMO, we had this idea, which we're still working on, but it's to sort of develop a regional media monitoring hub that would operate not only during elections, but that would basically serve the function of better informing our international election observation missions when we deploy them to the countries, so that media experts arrive in country not just without anything with a blank slate, but already are informed, and during the missions also are informed by these monitors who provide data on what's going on in terms of the media environments, the media oversight. And then both in conjunction, hopefully can strengthen the methodology on media components. And then last but not least, I would like to speak about the recommendations that election observers address. That this is a fundamental part of our job is also to not just provide an assessment, but also a final report with recommendations to key stakeholders, to decision makers. Okay. And the problem that we've seen more and more in recent years, and I know this also, I've had this conversation with people in the EU election observation missions in ODIHR, is that in some cases you have the legislators or parliaments or the ruling party which does something which is quite sneaky in that they will adopt a certain number of recommendations, but they don't adopt all recommendations. They adopt those which actually can serve their purposes. And they can find a specific angle also to that recommendation and say, look, we implemented that. Everything is good. We implemented this recommendation. But the problem is that they can also use it to gain an advantage. One example that comes to mind is recommendations on campaign finance, for example. If the recommendation is to lower the ceiling for donations or to, let's say, in general, make a framework that is more constraining on political and campaign finance, that can be used to the benefit of a ruling party, but also to sort of prevent smaller parties from actually gathering funds which they need for a campaign, or artificially limiting them on purpose. This is just an example. There are many others. But so essentially, election observation missions need to be very, very careful on following up how these recommendations are being implemented. And I know that the EU and the ODIHR does this, which I think is a great practice, which I will recommend all international missions do, which is follow-up missions. There are already these needs assessment missions for the mission to assess the conditions of the elections and what the mission would look like. But it's very important also for international observers to come back afterwards to follow how these recommendations are being implemented, if they're being implemented correctly and in which way, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
That's what I had to say to you. I hope that this will lead to a full conversation.
Thank you a lot. You had a really good remarks here that we can go back during the conversation. I would also invite the other panelists to reflect on some of these. And I would give the floor to Megan precisely because, like, from the OSCE perspective, international organization, there are these international norms that you basically have to translate towards different specific countries when you design the election observation mission. So how does that work from your perspective? How does this look?
Thank you. And actually, I was going to pick up on one of the points that my fellow panelists just made, but also question exactly how practically does it translate into an observation mission when we look at the concerns in a specific country. And I really wanted to start with a question to the audience. And that was, how many of you would have seen if we decided not to send short-term election observers, election day observers to Hungary? How many of you would have seen that as a sign that we have less serious concerns about the electoral process in Hungary? I think, some of you may be more familiar with our methodology and therefore not have seen it as a sign, but I think the general public definitely would have. And that is the crux of the problem we have, because we do have this range of formats that don't necessarily indicate the seriousness of the concerns about the electoral process. There's not a direct correlation between those two. So we have, if I start with our smaller format of an election assessment mission, that assessment mission has all the same core experts on it that look comprehensively at the entire election process, but they don't have long-term or short-term observers. So they're not looking at it from a regional perspective and not looking at election day. The next format is adding the long-term observers to it. And then the final format is adding the short-term observers to it. And here in Hungary, we did decide to look at election day proceedings. Yesterday, we heard from one of our colleagues about the influence of local government and public works systems on the formation of electoral boards. And we also heard a lot about the public trust in those that would handle any election-related disputes. And those were things that contributed to our decision to send short-term observers here. Also contributed to the fact that there aren't a system for domestic non-partisan observers, the fact that the opposition parties were coordinating and sending their party agents, organized by civil society, but still party agents to the polling stations. And we saw a potential for a contentious process where an independent external voice would have been valuable. But our concerns, our seriousness of the concerns in Hungary, a lot of them are very systemic and related to the pre-election environment, which is an ongoing theme we've heard from many speakers over the last 2 days, that the pre-election environment has a lot of impact and is much more determinable about the election results. And so we have these election assessment missions in other countries. Currently, we are in France, just closing up our election assessment mission there. And that mission will still look at the entire election process. They just won't have the long-term observers there. But I mentioned this because it's actually a very topical discussion for ODIHR at the moment. This year, so far, out of 8 election observation missions we've had, 6 of them have been in EU countries. And I don't think many people realize that or know that. And because they are less visible, and there's less awareness of them. The smaller format of the assessment mission doesn't have a post-election day press conference and doesn't release a report immediately after election day. And that may be one of the contributing factors to why they're less visible. By the end of the year, 10 out of the 14 likely elections that we will observe will be in EU countries. So this year is particularly heavy for us on EU countries. But I think one of the challenges we're facing, again, is how we show this thoroughness and the level of concern. It can be reflected and can be addressed through different formats of the missions, because we apply the same methodology to all participating states, and we are likely to come to the same conclusions on a needs assessment mission if we don't hear concerns specifically related to election day. We won't be recommending short-term observers, and so we won't be recommending a full observation mission. And so we don't, but at the same time, we don't want to communicate, and we wouldn't have wanted to communicate here in Hungary that there are not serious concerns about the process. We have seen a trend in EU countries where our smallest format that I didn't even mention is an expert team, and that's when we don't feel that the process needs to be looked at from a comprehensive point of view, but just certain aspects of the process need to be looked at. But we've seen in countries where we previously sent an expert team, we're now sending an election assessment mission, for France, for example. Or in countries where we previously sent an election assessment mission, we're now adding long-term observers. And like Hungary, for example, was an example where we previously had long-term observers, and now we added short-term observers. Ultimately, I think some of it will come from looking at the specific topics and making sure we have additional analysts on those missions to look at the emerging topics that have been discussed over the last 2 days, but I won't repeat for time's sake. And really, ultimately, the solution, I feel, lies with our domestic observer colleagues and what they can do, and with the intent that we would just be there to complement them and reinforce some of their findings and hopefully amplify their voice. But our colleague who presented the report mentioned some of the things that we can do in terms of making the recommendations about domestic observation stronger. And ODIHR can definitely look at that and look at really concretely making sure that in EU countries where it's not provided for, we are advocating for that and including recommendations on it. Also, we feel that, and we repeat many times in our discussions with EU countries, that EU countries can support ODIHR as an institution by being more open to observation themselves, self-reporting on our observations, and inviting the follow-up that you mentioned and other colleagues have mentioned.
Thank you very much, Megan. Maybe I would turn directly now to Adam, and maybe you can continue basically from this same direction, but from a different perspective of a representative of basically a coalition of domestic observers, right?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak here today, and thank you to Unhack, Sophie, Elliot, and Garvin for organizing this series of excellent and very interesting discussions. My notebook is full of notes, so it's really amazing that we can finally meet here and talk from a different perspective the whole issue of democratization and election observation, and the diverse and very serious challenges to both elections, to the institution of election observation, both domestic and international. And yeah, and we are meeting here in Budapest. I mean, Unhack is our newest member of the EPDE. EPDE is working in Eastern Partnership countries and in some European countries, including Poland and Hungary. We've been listed undesirable organization in Russia, so we cannot work with our colleagues from Golos, from Russia. But we are still looking at elections also in this country. What I wanted to say, I tried to sort out if we are rethinking election observation. I mean, with the publication we are preparing now together with Sławek. We want to make the point that actually there is not only the export of our best practices towards the East, but we have problems also in the EU that we actually do not provide for the opportunities and possibilities and legal framework for domestic election observation, which is, as we see, more and more needed also here. But I wanted to make 3 points on how we could improve the election observation. The conservative understanding of election observation is perhaps fact-finding and collection of evidences, right, and monitoring and reporting. But we are what we saw also in this and heard in the last 2 days here. We face different challenges now, and different to what we had in the last 10 or 20 years, right? We have campaigning moving from offline to online. We have disinformation issues. We have new voting technologies. All those new challenges require also, new forms of observation, right? And just to name maybe two examples of how to tackle it, and both examples are coming from Russia, where the citizen election observation is forbidden, basically, is not allowed by the law anymore. So what they do is, for example, they developed a tool of statistical analysis of official results. So they take all the results from the polling stations from the whole country and look at the irregularities. And it's a kind of a very powerful tool if you combine it with the observation in the polling stations. You can see the election fraud actually in the figures, in the statistics, and can better assess to what extent the elections have been manipulated. The second thing is, as you know, in some of the countries from our focus region, there are cameras in the polling stations. So the colleagues managed to hack basically the video recording from those polling stations, and developed an internet IT tool to check the voter turnout. So which is done automatically, and they saw during the last elections already, like I don't know how many percent, 30 or 40%. Artificially increased voter turnout. So just as an example how we can observe, and all the tools to monitor disinformation and online media, etc. These are all those we need to apply in all the countries we're working, and also I think ODIHR and other EU missions, they will, and they are also improving the methodology of the international election observation. But I think from our perspective, from the domestic election observers' perspective, these are tools we have to develop in all the countries. The second point is the resistance. I mean, you've been talking already about the follow-up on recommendations and different tools, how to improve the implementation of recommendations. There are plenty of them, as you saw, as you've heard also from Slavek. We have excellent databases of ODIHR, of EU, even EPDE has set up a database of recommendations of our member organizations. But those recommendations are hardly implemented in all the countries, as we've heard. Like 2 of the countries, right, of 27 in Europe implemented fully the recommendations of the international observation missions, which means that we have developed here some kind of new formats of like those follow-up missions, right, and include domestic election observers into the whole process together with the international organizations. I'm not talking only about the ODIHR recommendations, right? We have GRECO recommendations, Council of Europe, etc., etc. There are plenty of organizations are making different recommendations related to elections. So we need kind of standard formats in between the elections to push for sustainable electoral reform, as Olga Aibazowska told us today. And the last point is the resilience, and we are observing the phenomenon of the so-called fake observation with EPDE in our focus region. This is the politically biased, politically motivated election observation, which is not only damaging the credibility of the elections among the local audience, right? But it's also damages the credibility of the institution of election observation. What we need is to strengthen the democratic institutions with our recommendations and with our work as election observers, because they are the safeguards of democracies. We cannot allow corrupt politicians to damage the institutions. So I think these are the fields where we have to increase the action and develop new tools of the domestic election observation together with international institutions and international observers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. And last but not least, let's turn to Sofia, maybe for exactly this, again, domestic perspective, and maybe you can tell us more about this, what was already mentioned in the panel, this differentiation between this conservative view or let's say the old view of election observations. It used to be very focused on election day and fraud, and how this has actually expanded over time and it has gained new meaning for us.
Of course. Thank you so much, and thank you to Unhack for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. So let me tell you first a little bit about our organization. So I come from Poland, and the Political Accountability Foundation is a domestic watchdog, domestic election watchdog that was established after domestic observation was possible or was passed in Poland in 2018. So we are one of the lucky few countries, as Slavek mentioned, within the European Union who actually have domestic observers. Even though we can work in Poland as domestic observers, we still have some limitations. And for example, party observers or international observers have much more rights than we do. So we, for example, cannot observe the dispute resolution process, or we cannot observe the work of the Central Election Commission. So even though still having domestic observation in Poland is an achievement, there is still more that can be done. And just anecdotally, to tell you where we began as an organization and as a team of people, because domestic observation was not possible until 2018, we were actually observing elections in Poland as international observers sent by Russian organizations. So imagine the narrative around that. I won't.
Or German.
Yes, Russian or German. So either way, it's bad. So I wanted to talk to you about some of the challenges from the perspective of domestic observers, and I think what you mentioned and what has been mentioned here, that a lot of the narrative around election observation is focused on election day and what happens around the ballot box. And I think this is problematic because in many countries, especially in the European Union, but also thinking about Poland and Hungary, actually election day is important, but it's not as important as in some other countries or as it was before. So I think what needs to be done is we need to start talking about how comprehensive election observation can be, and that actually there is so much more to observe compared not just election day. So we have some colleagues from Romania who specialize in campaign finance. We have colleagues from Georgia who are doing so many different things. So I think just focusing on issues such as social media monitoring or media monitoring in general, or campaign finance issues or changes to the legal framework. This is a long-term perspective, and as it was mentioned yesterday and today, we're actually working in an environment when electoral campaigns and political campaigns start the day after election day. So we really should change this paradigm and stop thinking about election observation as something that is focusing on one single day, but it's actually a 24/7 effort. Another point that I wanted to make is that we, especially as domestic election observers, we don't necessarily have the capacity to focus on all the aspects of the electoral process. So we often work with different organizations in our home countries who are not necessarily as focused on elections, but for example have expertise in monitoring public media, which for example our organization doesn't. So I think one of the important things is to build those networks and build those coalitions with other organizations who have the expertise, because we as election observers domestically cannot be doing everything. And another point to that is there's not necessarily the need to be doing everything. I think as ODIHR has election assessment missions, we as domestic observers should also have a strategic conversation or an assessment of what is actually needed in our respective countries. And what we should be monitoring. So again, speaking to your point about election day, from a Polish perspective, I don't necessarily think that we should be focusing so much energy on election day with some systemic issues such as the use of administrative resources or issues with public media that we have in Poland. However, I would also like to kind of stress the point that we are in a way as election observers expected to observe election day. And I think in some of the polarized society, and again speaking from the Polish example, I think even right now there is a lot of narratives. We are one year away from an election, but still even at this point you can hear different groups, including the opposition, saying that the election will be stolen. And I think just having this presence on election day and being able to come out the next day facing all of these accusations of fraud at the ballot box and be able to say and be the voice of reason and say we've observed in so many places, we saw this and that, and we didn't see some of the things that you're accusing people of doing. So just to be able to have this kind of perspective to counter some of the disinformation narratives that are really harmful to elections and to people's trust in elections is still important. And another point to that, I think we should be better prepared as election observers when it comes to strategic communication. So we should not only be able to better speak about what we do, and that election observation is not just election day, and that in general elections are not just about election day, but also to be able to communicate on who we are, what are our values, what is our methodology, what do we stand for, and I think this principle of non-partisanship in domestic observation is especially important, because it gives us the credibility to then be able to say, we have a methodology, we are non-partisan, we are here not to tell you who won or who lost, but we're here to tell you what happened and how to improve the process in the long term. And just to also speak to the point about observation in the EU, as it was mentioned by Sławek, there aren't that many countries where domestic observation is possible, and I think we should have a collective push also from some of the network organizations. And I'm looking at Anima and the PD, and we're happily both members of both organizations now. But we should have a bigger push for domestic observation in European Union countries, but also maybe with some of the, and I hope some of the donor organizations are also present here. I think funding for elections in the EU is really important, and not just for domestic observation, although it would be nice, but in general for election integrity issues. I think we really need to shift this paradigm, which I think unfortunately Poland and Hungary are shifting, that democracy in the EU is in a good shape. It really isn't in some countries, and I think people who are in charge of funding should realize that and should also dedicate some of their resources to supporting some of the people in this room who are working on election integrity issues within the European Union. Thanks.
Thank you. I will just continue where you just, I think, reached. I want to make just one question, and then we will open the floor to the audience. I think we more or less agreed, and especially after Slawomir's presentation, that there is no unified practice in the EU countries regarding the status of domestic observers, their legal status, and their competences given by the law. And I also think that it's quite clear that there is a complementarity between domestic observers and international observers, and precisely because of the challenges for democracy in many of the EU countries, which are becoming hybrid regimes where elections are not necessarily stolen on the election day, but they are heavily biased in favor of the incumbent. Domestic observers have a specific role that they can actually follow these processes for much longer than, for instance, international missions can, because if OSCE would be monitoring in all participating states for 4 years, that would be enormous organization, right? So my question is, what can we do? What is the way forward, if that is the right way? Or if we want to make domestic observation enshrined as an international norm, so that it doesn't happen that a country can simply change the law and reduce the competences of domestic observers, or simply, domestic observers waiting every year to see whether they will be allowed to observe elections or not. What is the way forward, especially because we have such a great audience here and very diverse, for different stakeholders? What is the way forward towards this?
Maybe I have a few elements of answer. I don't have a perfect answer to your question. It's a very good question, by the way. I think that there is a willingness, I think we've demonstrated that, both from domestic and international observers to observe within the EU. Now the question is, why is that so difficult? And one of the reasons is also the funding. And also the confusion sometimes, and it's not entirely the fault of the donors, but there can be at times, for example, states that are going to say, we're already giving money through the ODIHR or through the EU or whatever, so why would we also support, for example, also we're giving money to, in some cases, domestic observers. Why would we give money to other international observers such as Anima? That is something that, speaking from, again, my perspective, we've encountered as a struggle very often. Our point is that what we make is that we say there are three pillars to election observation. There's international, intergovernmental observations, for example, the EU here. There's domestic civil society, non-partisan observers, such as yourselves. And then there's NMO, which is both civil society, but also international and non-governmental. So it's not easy to have all three. Ideally, that's the situation that's what you would have in every country. Of course, it's not always possible for the number of limits that we mentioned. I think we need to keep pushing. Maybe better networking, maybe co-fundraising efforts might be a way to do that. Better information also to give to international stakeholders about why all these initiatives are useful. There's several directions that this can take, but definitely we need to bring our shoulders in together.
Well, I think the idea of elevating the commitment to having domestic observers and supporting domestic observers is a great idea, and one that hopefully could be looked at from an EU perspective. It's much more very openly and honestly challenging from the OSCE's perspective. Our commitments are enshrined in such founding documents as the Copenhagen document that our colleague referred to. And it does include acknowledgement of the importance of domestic observers, but doesn't go the step further to committing states. And new commitments are adopted by ministerial council decisions, which require consensus approval of all 57 countries. And I think I can leave that there. But like we said earlier, I think advocating for EU countries to take it on board themselves, also possibly approaching it through the EU. I know there is within the EU structures an election network amongst the member states of officials that work on elections in the EU member states, and maybe they could be a forum to talk to. And we would continue recommending the changes in the legislation, but
yeah, but providing the status is actually only the beginning of the whole story, and the status has also be comprehensive. I mean, this is what you said, so that okay, you have there is a status of citizen observers eventually in Poland, but you cannot do this, you cannot do this, you don't have an access to this and that. So this has to be kind of, so we have to increase our advocacy for providing this kind of comprehensive picture and status of the observers. And we have to be clear, and this is actually what Olga said today, that democratic election and observation is or securing democratic elections is about security. It's about our security, right? And the EU has to acknowledge that and understand that there is a sense of supporting election observation in the member countries. Because they play a very important role, or can play a very important role, and has to improve the capacities of those organizations. I mean, if we look at the great job of Septimius and the expert forum in Romania, right? I mean, how many people people are there, experts are there who are doing this kind of job? Not so many. Why? Because there is no support for them, actually. So we need more experts. We need more funding to increase the capacities of the election observers in the EU member countries. And we have to think more about merging the actions of international institutions including experts of ODIHR and working in formats which allow for a joint operations, especially between the elections and on the implementation of recommendations.
Maybe a quick comment.
Sure. So I would say definitely, I mean, status is one thing. I'm happy to have status in Poland, but I would rather dedicate efforts to making domestic observation possible in Hungary, and then on the domestic market, working with international observers such as NMO or ODIHR to kind of get access to places where we cannot have access. So that's one thing. But on the other hand, I think there is a lot of reluctance on the part of the European Union but I still think this is decreasing. I think if you look at the last couple of years and some of the rule of law mechanisms that the EU launched against Poland and Hungary, I feel like the European Union itself is changing a bit with its approach to actually how it treats democracy and rule of law issues within its own member state. So I would see some opportunity there. However, I still feel like we as domestic observers and as networks need to do more on strategic communication and on communicating actually what observers do, and that we are people who do not have a partisan agenda, because I feel like a lot of the fear, both in international institutions but also among donors, is the fear of funding or taking part in something that kind of gets into the issue of influencing domestic politics, and I think this is a big fear, and we need to work on how to counter that.
This is a much more difficult position for domestic observers than international. We have time for a quick round of questions, I believe. One round of, or we don't have time.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yes. So please.
Very quick.
Yes. We can do that.
A bit provocative question, if I may. Given I'm a citizen of a hybrid political regime, opposition-minded, and I see that my government wins elections after elections with a limited fraud. Okay, they are criticized but not heavily, so they can live with it. Why should I keep trusting elections if I see that elections don't serve as a mechanism of change, but instead it serves as a mechanism of continuing the power for the current regime?
Great question.
An easy one. Is there anybody else who would like to raise a question, and then we can turn back to the panel?
For anyone who wants to answer that?
I can ask a quick question. I just want to say that we invited the National Election Office, 3 people from the Hungarian National Election Office, and multiple times, and we didn't get a response. So what is your advice? What we should do to involve state institutions?
And actually, I have one comment and one quick question. So regarding, you were saying about promoting what we do, and I think many times the organizations who observe elections are afraid to explain what they do, because I mean, you have your own methodology and it might be sensitive sometimes, but what we try to do is put everything on the table. I mean, because first of all, people know what to expect when they come to work with you. And the second thing is, I think our reports, which follow very closely the structure of the OD report, made a difference in public opinion when there was a question, was it fair or was it, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. So I think it's very important to explain what you did and how you did it, because otherwise, you might look a very obscure entity. But my question was, I know ODIHR can provide support to countries, so they can request for help if they need to change the legislation, this kind of thing. How often do they come to request for help?
So, in order to respect the human right to coffee break, just very, very quick answers, please.
Yeah, I'll start with the last question. Quite often, but there are certain countries that do it quite often, and other countries that don't request. We provide, as ODIHR, we provide, sometimes together with the Venice Commission, legal opinions on changes to electoral legislation, but not only, other legislation related to human rights. We get opinions more often when we have an interlocutor or we have a person within that is able to request, like an ombudsman or a national human rights institution that can request it, or a very active committee in Parliament. So it varies drastically by country, but we get quite a few of those. I mean, as an office, together with colleagues that do other legal opinions, we do probably about 30 a year. So we're doing quite a few of those legal opinions. And other requests are also there, whether it's participating in working groups and stuff like that. Since it's kind of an opportunity to say last comments, I just wanted to say that well, funding is also an issue for us, believe it or not, but it is an issue for us, and we're reliant on those same states wanting to prioritize observing in EU countries, which is a challenge because they prioritize other countries and don't send us the observers. But I think we're really here to complement one another and not duplicate. I think we each have a distinct role, and that's why we have to keep some separation, but in order to protect the value of each of our work, and we have a distinct role, but that role is to complement one another and support one another. And Mikhail, your question, I think it was really for the authorities, but I mean, why should they continue to, if they lose public trust, all public trust, which a lot of countries are losing public trust, then it's a crisis for them.
Maybe just also to Mihail, I mean, you as an observer, as a citizen observer, you are also a citizen of the country and a voter, and you are permanently there, and you have a huge organization behind you, which is doing great job in voter education. I think this is a key. I think this is a key to this problem, right? And on how, and your question, Jofi, how to work better with AMDs. This is actually what I would love to develop with the EPDE, and to work more with the EMBs on the implementation of recommendations. One of those organizations which was recently dissolved and is trying to establish itself is the ACEO, and Istvan is here, who's managing program manager of the former CEO. Through this kind of formats, through this kind of associations and cooperation, we could achieve better results in this field, definitely. I hope, at least, that we can contribute with EBDE also to this process, to setting up, this kind of platform of discussion, which is meaningful, which has an impact on the implementation of reforms.
Thank you, Adam. And maybe we can continue the discussion at the break.
Yes.
Yes, let's do that a little bit. So thank you all for talking with us today, and thanks for inviting us all here today to discuss this issue. That's it. Thank you.
it's windy.
Save the best for last.
So let's get some
I'll
spinning
give the
back.
floor to Ben Novak and the final panel today.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. It is now 4 o'clock, just after 4. So I'm sure you guys are very excited for another panel discussion. I hope to keep this a bit light. I would like to open up the discussion to the audience at about 30 minutes through. So very quickly, I am Ben Novak. I'm a reporter here in Budapest. Barda Vimarti is co-chair of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee. Mindaugas Lapitskas is a campaign consultant, strategist, and commentator. The gentleman over there is Ambassador András Simonyi. He is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and Anna Ackerman, who is an energy policy expert and founding member of Ukraine's Center for Environmental Initiatives. So we'll be speaking for 30 minutes. In the meantime, if you have any questions whatsoever, jot them down. When we open it up to discussion, we'd like to hear your input. So is democracy even supposed to be sexy? Douglas and I were talking here, speaking before this panel started, and I was saying that, what's sexy to him might not necessarily be sexy to me. So my first question to all of you here is democracy even supposed to be sexy?
Well, I think, if I may, I think it should. I think it should be sexy. If democracy as a system cannot be sexy, then certain elements of democracy, they definitely have to be sexy. And let's start thinking about some elements of democracy which can improve the attractiveness of democracy as such. The problem, it is like with the movies. Normally, it the bad guys and bad girls who are sexy. Good guys and girls are seldom attractive or sexy, and that's why we don't care much. I mean, we are not getting that involved. The only exception is Zelensky, where he became sexy when he became good guy. Before that, he wasn't. He was baddish, and probably. So whenever we talk, and we had these 2 days of discussion. Whenever we talk about Orban winning and peace winning in Poland and this Lukashenko and all these dictators, whatever, they win, and I looked for some Hungarian advertising from opposition and Fidesz, and I can say that, well, in my view, the advertising even is on a bit incomparable level. Orban's advertising was top-notch. He had pictures, he had fonts, he had the right message, and opposition was a bit like we had in this 2 days conference, talking a lot about technical stuff, but not much about the essence and the feelings. So to open it up, I'd say if you want to win, you have to be attractive, you have to be sexy, you have to be even bad sometimes, and not be afraid being bad, and that's the only way to win. Correct guys never win elections.
Wow. Anna, Marty?
Well, the question was whether democracy is sexy, and I could say it's a sexist question, and we've heard this afternoon and all throughout the day the important role of women in maintaining and calling for democratic standards, and I think that's, at least in this country, it's very unappreciated or underappreciated. And I'm not sure that just because I'm a woman, obviously I can't speak on behalf of all women, but I don't think women would want to frame democracy as sexy or unsexy. But certainly the way you describe it as attractiveness, it has to be a more attractive option. And it's not only a question of who you think is the attractive candidate on that very day, but throughout the process and in between. So the question for me is, how can we have an attractive system rather than an attractive candidate on election day? And for this, I think we have to have a much broader understanding about democracy than just elections. Obviously, that's a crucial feature. It's a flagship feature, but it's not the only feature. And I was very struck by the idea when we are talking about democracy is who would say it's unattractive? You know, which strongman would say those who are featured on the cover pages of their system democracy. So it's hard to say that it has no appeal anymore when everybody wants to portray their own system as a democracy, although very often it doesn't measure up to those standards. If you look at various studies done among the people in the EU or in certain major democracies, most people will actually say they want democracy and this is the system they want. This is the option they find attractive. Their understanding of democracy might vary. You will have, of course, always categories who are hesitant about democracy, who have a very limited understanding of it, basically a majoritarian system rather than a liberal democracy. But most people will actually say, this is what we want, this is what works better for us. I just want to make sure most voters will think that it favors me at all times, right? At every moment I come out as a winner. We talked about in the morning that who are the losers. Well, no one wants to be a loser ever. And so people will side with the winning side and those who promise them more. And whether these promises are completely irrational, whether your elected officials will actually deliver them, whether there's a system to test whether they're delivering, that's where we have problems. But just to finish off this sentence, I really think most people, at least in the European Union, we have good data about that, will actually say democracy is very sexy, it's very attractive, this is what we want. And I think that's a pretty good starting point for any sort of endeavor that is meant to strengthen democratic standards day by day in ordinary people's minds. And when we talk about how we can make this attractive enough, this is where we should start out from. How can we make it attractive enough every single day? And that's basically a question that leads us to much broader questions than just purely election standards, but those are, of course, essential.
Anna?
Sure. I will start a whole new discussion because we've been discussing elections mostly, but I would love to also share the prism of another type of democracy, which I think is crucial, is energy democracy. So basically, we talk about people's power, right? People's rule, what democracy is, and that should be relevant also to other sectors, such as energy. I've been working for many years now in the environmental sector, and we saw now this big surge, people going out on the streets on hundreds of thousands, demanding climate action. But it's interesting because climate action by itself is also a bit boring. What is climate action? Climate what? What does it mean even? Why? What are we supposed to do? It's such a huge thing, right? It's a whole another story how we actually are there where we are at the moment with a huge crisis, climate crisis happening. But the idea is that how do we solve climate change? And this is something that Olga Ivazovska in the very beginning today, she was mentioning that we have, as NGOs, for example, or also as governments in this way, propose very precise things what are we supposed to do. So to solve climate change, and especially in countries like Ukraine or Hungary, there are a few things you can do. You can move toward clean energy. You can insulate buildings, make them more energy efficient. And actually everybody wins from that, because that means people would pay less and so on, and you would reduce the dependence on the fossil fuels. But then if you just go out on the streets and demand climate action and say, let's go ahead with clean energy and so on, so that anybody could build huge I don't know, wind parks and huge solar panels and earn on that, other businesses, but it's about people's power in the end. You know what is sexy, to me at least? This is something that Elon Musk is trying to do. He tries to make everybody, for everyone, accessible electric cars and also solar panels and so on, that every single person, family, everybody, I mean, I'm not promoting Elon Musk here, I mean, he's not the only one, but in any case, everyone could actually produce own energy where you are. Because producing fossil fuels, it's impossible actually to do it in a democratic way. Have you ever heard about that? Fossil fuels in a democratic way, how does it? Because it costs so much. Because it is either the state has to be responsible or huge businesses have to be responsible, you know, and you get stuck in it. So energy democracy is also the part of what we've been discussing. And there are attractive ways of actually making climate action also work through, you know, these discussions. And also one last thing, what it also means for human lives. In Ukraine, when Russia attacked, they bombed nuclear power plants. Luckily nothing happened, but they occupied Europe's largest nuclear power plant, owned by the state. Thermal power plants cut out electricity, water, everything. And we have lots of stories from people and communities who have small solar installation, and they were able to survive thanks to that. To, you know, charge their phones to connect to their families, and to be able to cook and so on, thanks to this small local production of energy. So it actually it's more resilient, it's better, and I think it's very attractive, this kind of solutions. Hopefully we'll go ahead with that.
András, is democracy sexy?
Wow. I've been listening.
So we'll wait here for András to his connection to pick up a bit. Last night, there you go.
We're talking about provocative. First of all, yes, democracy is definitely sexy. I just spent a couple of days in Denmark. Wow. Now, if I and I know that country very well, and I came away thinking, how am I going to explain to the audience what a colorful, what an exciting, what an ambitious country Denmark is, and there is no country that is more democratic than that.
Thank you, András. Danish democracy is sexy.
Obviously.
Let's give this another 10 seconds, and then we'll. All right. Thank you, András.
Democracy is
That's important. We're having connection issues here, András. We're losing you. All right. Hands up. Is it okay if we move on? I don't want to be disrespectful.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So yesterday I was writing down some thoughts, reflecting on is democracy attractive? Is it? I do hear oftentimes a lot of complaining. I see a lot of inaction, and I just wrote down some thoughts about what I've seen happen in the past few years in quote unquote the West and democracies. Quite a bit of turmoil. Low levels of trust towards public institutions. What critics argue are slow and ineffective policies to combat climate change. Growing income inequality, divisive culture wars, a pandemic, a real war in Europe, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, illiberalism, and now a looming recession. And so this is a question to you on the panel, but also a question to all of you out there. How hard is it to stay focused on something like democracy when you've got all this going on? I mean, we are bombarded with information today. Could we have that muted, please? Yeah, so we are bombarded with information today, all kinds of issues. It seems the cleavages in society are only widening. It's harder for us to talk to our neighbors. People don't even agree on facts anymore. And I wonder, do these modern representative democracies have the capacity to stay focused on the core, on the process, which is democracy?
Well, it wasn't only you who was thinking about the topic yesterday. I was also thinking about that. So
that's sexy.
I think the way to look at it after hearing yesterday's discussion and today's discussion, take a town, a city in 1920s in America, or maybe somewhere in Europe too. You have a bustling city center where people come and where they communicate, where they go shopping, and where they basically gather together. And then shopping malls arrive, which are built somewhere in suburbs, where people go there to some private properties with some private rules, because it's the mall owner who owns what can you bring a dog or not and what can you do in there. And then the city centers, they disappear. They decay because everyone has moved to the suburbs and to these shopping malls. So similar thing is happening with democracy, I feel. We had certain institutions which had trust and which were delegated to solve issues, not probably to debate too much about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, but for the other issues, they were kind of appropriate. And then we have another means of communication and interaction. We have social networks with their own rules somewhere outside the city. And then we are starting to see that, well, people are not interested to come to the city center anymore. There are some solutions, and which we heard today, that, okay, let's ban shopping malls. Let's regulate them heavier so that they know how to build, that they will learn the lesson hard and then people will come back. But that is probably not a sustainable solution. A more sustainable solution is probably to revive city centers and to think about what can we offer in there for the people to debate and discuss. And so I'm coming back to your question. I think in its present form, in all this technocratic, bureaucratic talk, in all these difficult names of institutions, with all these difficult campaign procedures, with all these boring NGOs, democracy doesn't have a chance to be a platform for discussion. Facebook, Twitter, Discord, TikTok, these are the platforms to discuss, and maybe the more democracy starts to embrace these rules from there, the better and the healthier it will become, and so people will return from suburbs to the city center.
How hard do you find it in your work, Anna and Marta, to go from this very hyper professional, almost abstract knowledge of something that the vast majority of people don't really interact with on a day-to-day basis, and to bring this to them, make it understandable, explain to them what you do, and perhaps help them understand why that work is important to them?
You mean the abstraction of feeling that your views are relevant and interesting and that you matter as a citizen? I think it's not very difficult to understand. Every community, even people in this room, right? If there was a major crisis happening outside the door of this room, how would we decide what to do? Would we appoint you just because you're the moderator of this panel?
I hope so.
Maybe we would, because we might know you and you would have a great plan and you'd be persuasive, but certainly I think I know him, he's a good guy, but, you know, I could campaign for you, but you would have to persuade everybody else to follow. Even if you would feel the authority to say that we're all going to go out and tackle that monster, people might not actually follow you because we would think that that's a foolish approach. So there would be a process, and that's built on discussion, persuasion, charisma, all sorts of attractive features that bring people in. We live this from literally day one. In a better working family, you would have processes like this so that kids don't grow up without their interests and their views being taken account of. So I don't think it's very abstract. It gets abstract when it becomes very, it becomes macro, right? Mm-hmm. When we talk about stuff about, like, you know, what do we do? Do we want, as a Hungarian, should we go for the oil sanctions? You know, and then will you have a debate? Will you have experts to explain to you in a way that you can understand? Most of the time you will not. It's because there is no space for it. So in Hungary, I think it's hard to be like fully embracing a democratic process when you don't have the experience at the macro level. Or young people probably are losing out because they don't have the public education system that would allow them to experience this. There is no civic education that would allow them to discuss these kinds of issues. You might hear about many other types of issues, but certainly the ones that will really determine our life today and their life in 50 years, you know, how can you ensure that these solar panels that Anna described will be actually not produced in a way that then kills half of I don't know, the environment. I mean, these complex issues, can we have a decent discussion about that in a classroom or in a community or in this virtual space? I don't think we have the processes here, but I'm not pessimistic about the opportunities in general. And I think we need to translate these ideas about why is it important to have a good, well-working, fair, clear, transparent process to these everyday questions. When we talk about, just to reflect on the previous panel, election observation methods and groups and their findings, they leave, and many voters think, so what happened? Is anything going to change? You know, Odir came, saw, and then left. And we're here with whatever we have. So who's going to be conveying these messages, right? These discussions? Who's going to be continuing to engage with citizens? And I think this is one part of democracy that in many democracy-oriented discussions we're not addressing. Whose role is it to make sure that there's a space to discuss these issues? And it's not one person, it's not one organization, but it's civil society in all its forms. And if you have a highly functioning civil society built on the desire and the interest of people to engage, you know, I need to see the benefit of spending time on it, right? Because there's so many other stuff to do. But if I see the benefit of this, to engage, then you'll have a naturally, organically evolving democratic process. There's many things that, of course, influence this, but the general desire, the sort of DNA, will be built. Why don't we have that? Because many times there are so many competing interests. But I'm quite convinced that if we have a healthy civil society that is able to engage in these discussions, then we're far better off with the whole democracy discussion.
But just a small remark, just to illustrate the point. I don't think you need a civic society to discuss about wind power. If a rap star damages a wind tower and it breaks down and posts it on TikTok, there would be thousands of people commenting and having a position on wind power. So for that, you don't need a filter of, when you present the case, you don't need a filter of experts or of civic society, because people, they have opinions about everything. And the problem is that in the system, we often don't hear these opinions because we want them to be very institutionalized And we want to be very structured and being that in order. And Instagrams and Facebooks and TikToks and Twitters, they don't have it. That's why everyone can hear it, and that's why they voice their concerns there.
If I may also build on, talk about wind turbine, what I've been thinking these days, and it relates also to my work, we've been working a lot on energy efficiency because of buildings. It doesn't sound attractive, energy efficiency, honestly. We just realized it just doesn't, no one cares about energy efficiency. People care about other things like saving money and so on. But in fact, energy efficiency is something that unites so many things together, like the climate crisis. Now there is energy crisis, you need to save the environment, you need to save money, energy security because you need to, import less gas. It all unites actually into one thing, energy efficiency. How do we do that? What is it? So you have to massively insulate buildings everywhere. In Hungary, after years, I see it's still the case, like it's not yet done. We were just discussing about it. And then you just imagine, a building, multi-story building with 100 people living in this building. And there is a state program in place, so the money actually is there. How do you make even these people agree on anything? On anything. It literally takes years to have any building fully insulated from inside, outside, new windows, new everything. Actually, in the final result, everybody will be amazed about it and super happy. Maybe there will be solar panels on the roof. Maybe everybody would be glad. It may take up to 7 years to do this. Why? Because you need, in Ukraine, for example, 3/4 of the votes of all the residents who say, yes, we want this decision to be taken. They need to gather, they need to discuss, they need to, go through all these complicated processes. Why I'm saying this? It's super complex, all of these things. In the end, it's a process which has to take place. People have to agree. They have to, dig deep into the problems. Just like when you vote for something. I live now in Switzerland. I see how they vote, and I'm amazed. They vote every 3 months on everything. They get a booklet which explains why you should vote yes or why you should vote no, and they dig into it. To understand the issue on anything, starting from why you should buy the military jets for the country or not, to some other things. Build a new metro station near your house, doesn't matter. So anyway, we have to go through this. We have to have people more educated, knowledgeable about issues so that they could agree in the end. And one last thing that when I thought of Ukraine, how do you even, this process is so complex, even if there are state programs in place, we worked for years on these great ideas, energy efficiency fund for Ukraine with the EU, it's there, but people don't go because people don't talk to each other. Neighbors don't trust each other, they don't talk, they don't know each other. How do you solve that? And I think everything, even democracy, it starts with actually people start discussing with each other. Just like neighbors, not families, but neighbors. How do you do that? Again, in some countries, it's just one of the ideas that I had. They have Neighbors' Day. Twice per year, you get together with your neighbors, you bring wine, croissant,
and you bring them
sausages.
You bring them into your home?
No, you don't bring your home. In the yard of the building, where you live together, and you just discuss. You don't need to solve any problems. You discuss maybe who is the president, why he's, a bad guy, or it doesn't matter. You discuss anything. People meet, and that it starts from that. So how do we make this work?
Well, this is you raise an interesting point, and I see a bit of conflict here between what the two of you have been saying, because one of the trends we've seen emerge with the advent of social media is that people have completely lost touch with how to speak with civility and respect to each other. And it is a phenomenon that shocks me, quite honestly. You brought up these homeowner association meetings, which is like a micro example of democracy in action. They are awful. I hate going to them. They are terrible. But you go because you make decisions about your own life, your own property, your own money, and so on. But is there a way in today's day and age to somehow bridge that gap where all of us?
Of course. I mean, that's what I advise candidates to do. If you have a house, a building in your constituency, the one that doesn't have neighbors chat on Viber or Telegram, establish it, and go and knock on doors and say, hey, I'm here to invite you to our neighbors chat, and then you are the administrator of the neighbors chat. So if you are a good guy, then you will say, I help you. If you're a bad guy, you basically say the same. But so it is a way. It's only that I don't think it's worth about whining of the yesteryear. Just today, I was reading. There's a Silicon Valley investor, Peter Thiel, who's attacking gerontocracy in finance, which is like Warren Buffett and all these guys. And I somehow thought, I mean, aren't we talking about some gerontocracy in democracy? We still think about everything about the past, about how nice the world was before shopping malls, how nice the world was when people were gathering together, when basically your daughter would marry someone from the next village. So these were the days, but they are gone. I mean, now chat on Viber is just as good as cakes. Of course, cakes would be better, but chat there is good. And then the voting, and then the election, and then all these systems, they are not okay with that.
It's not. We're sitting here in this room, right? It's a physical conference.
Not only us, the guy was here as well.
It was postponed twice because it was COVID. We enjoy being among each other. That's the beauty of human beings. We like the coffee breaks. We stay longer in the coffee break because we enjoy chatting. So don't tell me that people will, by default, substitute personal physical interaction in a building where you see the guy next door anyway every single day by having, it's a good addition, but it's certainly not a substitution. And I think the COVID era might, of course, bring so many changes to our life, work-wise, personal-wise, the way we use digital technology, how our kids learned when they were, 6 to already use all the digital tools much better than their grandparents ever will. But we still reverted to this, and there is a reason for this. And I really think that technology can help, but it cannot substitute real human interaction when it means building trust. Really, one coffee break here will, I bet you, lead to so many interactions. If you go on a Zoom webinar, will you really take the time to write to people afterwards? And will you propose some sort of joint project? From here, there's a myriad of opportunities that will come maybe tomorrow or a year from now, because you had that one, personal interaction. This is the way to build trust. The deficiency of trust is really very, very important. I don't think online tools can substitute it. Maybe for kids, for like those who grow up, but then they really don't know how to deal with conflict, interpersonal conflict. So if you have children around you in a school setting, there's a reason why teachers don't want mobile devices in the school, while your kids will have to leave their loved iPads outside, or when they go in a camp, they can only have access to it, because we want to encourage people to understand each other, to deal with conflict in a face-to-face way. It really can escalate and also, deviate the general pathways of human interaction.
I'm supposed to.
I'm really, really very sorry about cutting in, but I had to make this point.
Well, I thank you for bringing that up. I'm supposed to moderate, but I'm going to push back on what you said as well. There is a lot of good that comes out of technology, and there's a lot of ways to use it to make very profound improvements to policy, to kind of a barrage a certain issue with information, to data, work it up, kind of put your finger on the pulse of society. At the same time, the anonymity of it and just the breadth and scope and size of it is such that when it becomes weaponized, it is something you can't stop. Like to me, it's almost. I get this feeling we have this gun debate in the United States. This is a very serious issue in a democracy. Should people be able to buy guns and just walk around with guns, assault rifles? And in a weird way, I see data. I see the information, kind of the information space this way too. Is that a lot of people are very irresponsible. They don't know how to use it. there are bad actors as well. We all know fake news, we know disinformation campaigns, we know how easily they can be spread on digital channels. Maybe in terms of like pure opportunistic political gains, it's quite successful, but is it really good for a democratic society to be communicating with each other that way?
Well, thank you for challenging me, and I think I would answer it that way. The fact that, well, we have a problem with guns in the US or any other problems in any other countries. Then we have political bodies who have to make a decision in that respect and solve this issue or provide some decision, and who have the powers, who have the legitimacy to decide. And then we have social networks, and then Ben thinks, well, social networks are to blame and they have to be regulated.
I didn't say they have to be regulated.
Okay, sorry, but that we are criticizing social networks.
Sure.
I think we should criticize the political decision making, which is partly influenced by social media, by fake news, by bots, by whatever, but it is their responsibility. And this debate that we are having now just shows how the political bodies, that they are paralyzed and they cannot, when they want to have a consent of the people of the olden days, they cannot agree and they cannot make a decision. So this whole thing, a problem of gun violence or legalization of drugs or whatever, gay marriages in some countries, any other, they go out to outside politics because current setup of politics is not capable to accommodate that. And what I'm arguing for, that if the current setup of politics is modified in a more user-friendly way, be that with technology, be that more with sexier candidates and prime ministers and ministers, with whatever, then the debate, like in the olden days, people will come to a forum, the Congress, the Parliament, and to discuss that through political matters rather than whining outside of it.
I want to open up the floor. Does anybody have questions? Any questions? We got a few. I'm going to put up one last question to our distinguished panel members here. So if this room was full of teenagers on their TikToks and their doodads and whatever they're doing on their applications, as experts, as people involved in public affairs, what are some insider tips you could give them about trends that you're seeing unfold that could fundamentally undermine the legitimacy of the democratic process in the 21st century? What would you tell them to look out for? How would you tell them to, what suggestions might you give these young people about how to approach these issues? Give me one. Everybody give me one.
I would say it's again back to school. Beware of bullies and know how to stand up to them.
Whoa.
How to deal with bullies in a community is a big challenge in any community, and we have bullies everywhere. In a small, group of 20 kids for 5, you'll have bullying. And in a country, or you know who these bullies are. So how do we as individuals and as communities deal with bullies? How can we recognize it? What's the role of leaders? What's the responsibility of those who are in the teacher's position to deal with this? How can we do it so that we don't really turn them into outcasts? Can we bring them back? So what are the ways to engage? I think that's something it's a tough nut to crack, but it's something that is essential.
And it's something that I think a lot of people can identify with.
Yeah, but this is really what I'm saying. Democracy, it's not, yes, you're talking about how to, win elections. That's a very important part. What are the winning techniques to make yourself as a candidate attractive? But that's not where it starts. It starts really, here in this room and when we leave, and so that we behave towards each other that is constructive.
Okay, well, if I had an audience full of teenagers, I would say 3 things probably. One is that you should be able to vote from 16. And it's a shame that in Europe it's only in Austria you can vote from 16. I would even go for 15. Just for the sake of it. It doesn't differ too much. Then second, never vote for a politician who cannot put an ad on TikTok, because this just shows that a person cannot articulate what he or she stands for. And that's what I ask my candidates to. If you can put it on TikTok and say a message, this means you have to say something. If not, so then all this abstract thing, we are not interested. And finally, if you decide to run, never trust a political consultant without tattoos. So that's my last message.
And I would, I want to reflect on what Krzysztof was mentioning regarding hope as something that is important. So, and when I see young people now, actually some commit suicide because they think that there is a lack of climate action and they're in despair, and it makes me feel very, I don't know, uneasy to say the least. So hope is so important because the world is really worth living in, because we live in beautiful countries. This country is unique, with wonderful people around most of the time. And it's worth fighting for the future because I mean, you are the future. And that although the previous generations, unfortunately, they did very badly in many ways, but still built also many good things. And definitely, it's just unfortunate that the young generation will have to deal with so many crises. You know, it makes me sad. But at the same time, hope is important. When you go around and see how nature that we actually still save till today is so beautiful. From Africa to Arctic to everywhere. It's worth fighting for, and democracy is the only way around. Because unfortunately, autocracies kill the nature. They kill people also, like now what's happening in Ukraine. The war is financed by fossil fuels, quite directly. Democracy is the only way around. So be active, and everything's going to be good.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience then? Ma'am, you had your hand up first.
Thank you very much. May I answer your question very quickly?
Before
I ask the question, for teenagers on social media, I think we need to think about how they debate with their opponents. I think social media with polarization and echo chambers and all that killed our ability to engage with our opponents in a civilized manner, and we only throw arguments at each other, but we are unable to come to any kind of agreement or even consensus on facts or what the facts are. So I think this is probably a fundamental skill that the social media is somehow killing for the future generations, and even for my generation for sure. But this is something I really want to say. But my question is, I would argue that democracy suddenly becomes very, very sexy when it's abruptly taken away from you. And I think the Belarus panel has proven this very, very well. I would argue Belarus has never really lived a full democracy, but all of a sudden people thought it was sexy when they realized they cannot vote in an election. And they can't achieve the change that they want through a democratic process. And they suddenly really wanted to have a democracy. The same with Ukraine. People are dying for the right to live in a democracy. You know, it's beyond sexy. People are willing to sacrifice their lives to be a democracy. So I think in that case, if we need to think about how to make democracy sexy, it's quite apparent that people want democracy in those situations. The challenge is, how do we make democracy sexy if it's taken away from us? It's like chipped away from us bit by bit. And I think some other panels and the people from countries in those panels, I think, have made a case for how democracies are being chipped away at in their countries right now. So my question to you is, how do we work with these slow processes when democracy is like taken away from you little by little? How do you make it sexy in those moments?
question was, how do you make democracy sexy when it's slowly being chipped away at? Correct?
We need to answer now?
We can take more questions.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then we can select which questions to answer.
Yeah, but maybe my question will also like align with the first question. So you mentioned that a lot about communication. I really agree with you that democracy is about communication. And it doesn't really matter if it's online or offline. It really matters the format of communication, right? Because if we guys are here just to have drinks or coffee, I don't think that we will have a lot of connections and activities after. But we guys are here for a certain reason, for a certain idea. The format of this conference is allowing us to listen to each other and then having like connections via the coffee, etc. So, and communication is a game, still a game, right? And what happens usually in social media right now, polarization, everything is like a game of competition, right? Or this person will win, or this person will win. So arguments going after each other, and there is no point, just like this separation of people. But there is another type of the games when there is something at the stake. So it's like collaborative games when people have to find some sort of agreement, right, in order to win that something. So my question is, what is the business model of democracy? What democracy has to offer to all of us that we can win all together and share it, distribute it across the society? What do you think?
That's a great question.
And may I add one more? What are the market distortions when you just don't call it a democracy anymore? So what? It's a degree, right?
Okay. Any final questions? Yes, sir.
First of all, I totally agree with what Nana says. I mean, when you boost the freedom of democracy, start making change or making sense of it. So definitely it can be sexy for me. I'm coming from Bulgaria, it's not sexy, it's even boring for me. Normal high heels can be sexy or semi-80 But for example, 100 years ago or more, when the societies of Eastern Europe were fighting for freedom from the ex-empires, the democracy was sexy because all these monuments and pictures where they have the notion of freedom and our land depicted like a semi-native woman, so it's a matter of fact. But the idea is that democracy now don't need to be sexy, it just needs to be involving. And in order to be involved, it's something you have to have the need to be involved. So my question is, do you think that a very simple reason for that, let's say the average citizen of Eastern and Western and Central Europe, excluding Ukraine, Belarus and Russia for certain reasons, you know? Do you think that the people in our society is now rich enough in order not to be interested in democracy? I mean, if this technocratic tools how society is being ruled. For example, you know, most people now in Eastern and Central Europe can travel for a holiday in Greece, Croatia, Turkey, for example. So they have reliable cards, I mean, more or less. They have the freedom to do what they want in their private life. So this is enough for them not to be interested in democracy. And in this respect, in this morning, someone mentioned that in Hungary in the past years before the COVID-19, the economy was growing constantly. And is that the reason why people here are quite okay with Fidesz, for example? And the question is, let's imagine that in 4 years or 3 years, people within our society became really poor due to wars, different crises, I don't know what can happen. Do you think that we will become more interested in democracy and the tools? It gives the opposite, they will be more willing to get, to accept, let's call it this fascism, and the spirit of this fascist-like regime would give in crisis.
So is the question just broadly about the region then? So will people be more interested in developing the tools and being engaged, or will they allow themselves to...
Are people in our societies now rich enough in order not to be interested? I mean, this is what they've used for a very long time. And the second question is actually, it's a duration of the first one. The second is, what will happen in 5 years if people in our societies became poor? They will be more interested in democracy and fight for their rights, or the opposite, they will agree on this game. We give you more security in order not to have more rights.
So both questions essentially revolve around the business model of democracy, right? Whether just to kind of sum it up. So what do you all think? Is there a business model for it? Are there distortions? And if your material well-being is somewhat secure, or at least feels secure in a system that is experiencing, what the technocrats might call a qualitative decline in democratic this or that, are you willing to go along with it if you've got money in the bank account and you can send your kids to a school?
Okay, I have I will answer your question, and I think it covers the other ones. First of all, again, if you think about democracy, elections, change of ruling parties, institutions, just a broad set as a business. So first of all, I think it is hard to chip democracy away if people form a habit of democracy. So ideally, we should try to think any habits that we can build in, and that's why I believe starting voting from 16 is important, because that's easier to start forming a habit. But any other habit, participating in party primaries, going for a rally on 4th of July or whatever the day is, doing whatever, so then you start forming a habit, and once you start forming a habit, it is difficult to unform a habit. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think ideally there would be a stake in democracy, so even maybe a state can give you a stake that you put in democracy. It is a little bit like in Lithuania, when we fill in our tax returns, we can distribute which political party we want to support for a small piece. And then there's big campaign for the political parties to kind of asking that people donate, because it doesn't cost people anything. But then somehow you get involved. And then every time you fill in the declaration, you see which party you support. I personally went even further, and I suggested, for the sake of democracy, you should allow people once a year to revoke your support that you've given last year. So that would make politicians more accountable. But that is the way, again, to having a stake. And if all of a sudden parties are banned, or elections are banned, or the expenses are banned, you feel that, hey, there's something I had invested in and I lost. So that is another thing. The third thing is that we have to accentuate, and it is very important for both elections and any functioning of democracy. Democracy is not about outcomes, and this is a big confusion. We think about democracy as a decision-making process. I think it's wrong. I think authoritarian regimes are better in decision-making, short-term. Look at whatever, China, Singapore, whatever, and look at whatever EU's or NATO's response to war in Ukraine, how they democratically try to persuade Orban or whoever for sanctions. Autocratic regimes, they don't have this problem. So if we say that democracy is better in bringing outcomes, probably you are wrong. And if you expect that probably if democracy is chipped away, your outcomes will actually improve. Because an authoritarian leader will say, well, this parliament debates for half a year for some law changes, and I can do it in kind of signing up, and that will work. Or mayor, you elect a mayor of the city, and mayor says, well, I don't need this council because you call me and I go and repair that road without asking anyone. Or like this Salvadorian President Bukele says, well, Bitcoin has gone down, I will just invest our nation's capital to Bitcoin. So authoritarians, they are better in decision-making than democracies. However, the other elements, and for the other elements, just the feeling of participation, the feeling of achieving something, the feeling of my candidate wins, a feeling of I care for that person, so I will give that person charity vote, a feeling of affiliation with someone. These feelings, they are expressed only in elections or in political activities. And this is what candidates don't say during elections, but this is what actually drives their vote. So if we stress these emotional aspects of participating in political life, then it is harder to take away. And then finally, it is hard to chip away democracy when you have strong institutions. Now, problem with strong institutions is that it's easier to talk about US or whatever country with hundreds of years of institutions, but what do we do in countries like Lithuania or Ukraine with institutions? Well, we sometimes then, democracy is not chipped away if the government changes often. Because you never chip away democracy to leave for the other guy to finish the chipping. You start chipping yourself because you prepare to govern forever. So probably more change of government, probably even more fragmentation of parties. We should encourage leaders, when they are dissatisfied with their leader, go out and form the other party. So the more change in government is there, the harder probably is to chip democracy away. I'm not talking about country descending into chaos when a strong man will come and say, I will fix everything. But the more change there is, the water, the river, when it flows, then it's more lively and more transparent, rather than something which is stable and forever, how good the guys are, no matter.
Matti, you had a thought on this?
Yeah, I love this point about making democracy a habit. And I think this is really a great takeaway. I can't say I loved your second point that much. Particularly, highlighting the pragmatic aspects of authoritarianism in this room after today's discussions about Belarus, Ukraine, and also here as a Hungarian, I can't agree. But I like your third point again. So it is good to have a provocative panel discussant. What I think is really important in this, though, is yes, you can chip away democracy, and people who are losing will always feel it. So it's not necessarily from one day to the next, and you don't need a sea change, but you do know it. You know it because there'll be people who'll be pointed out as enemies. Authoritarians, they're strong. They want to point out those who are threats to their strength and those who are weak because they're bullies. And so that's why there'll be always people who are losing. The democratic process, if it's in an ideal world, will not really allow people to fall through those cracks. And so we didn't hear András Simonyi that much, but he did say that Denmark is the best democracy there is. And I don't know if there's anybody from Denmark here, but I think what he meant is probably about this process and about whether they let people slip through the cracks unnoticed, unhelped, whether there's this general feeling of, those who are undeserving. When it comes to Singapore and China and the economic success, of course in Hungary we hear about that a lot. And Orbán did talk about that in his illiberal speech, if you remember.
Stars of international analysis, right? So.
Right? I'm sure you remember this when he put himself on the map, right? When he said that it's an illiberal democracy. And you don't need the liberal part, the individual rights, the constraints, because you can have, and he also said a democracy because it's a sexy term, and he said we can go the way that Singapore has gone, and we can go the way that China has gone, which is I think a little silly, but let's just take Singapore. So Singapore, there's tons of money in Singapore. Why is it? Because partners, financial partners, trust the Singaporean institutions. What do we have here in this illiberal democracy? Our partners can no longer trust us. And this is very clear. In the past two weeks, Hungary has really botched the last amount of trust it had from its EU partners. So in an authoritarian system that depends on strong international partnerships, because your country is weak, you really need to build trust. If you erode that trust, you won't be sexy anymore, because you won't be able to deliver the financial gains to your voters, even if it's just a select few. So I think it is not, a good business model to be a bully that people don't trust anymore. It's not good doing business with you. That's what they're going to tell us.
I just want to make it very, very, very clear. I was not praising authoritarians. I was saying that their decision, and that's what I want to say to the whole Europe, because as I understand this, it's broadcasted all over the continent. So I'm not praising the dictators. I'm just saying that their decision making is simply. And now think about dictators or these authoritarians as bitcoins. You can invest.
Whoa.
It will.
Oh boy.
It will go up, and for some time you would feel, wow, amazing. I'm rich. We are rich. We are moving ahead. And then the risk is so big that it will just bloom and it will just flop. And the risk exposure is so big. If I'm Putin and I want to buy a European leader, and I have these names on my wall, and I'm looking which ones to buy, and then I'm thinking, okay, I can buy Boris Johnson, but then, well, A, it's expensive, and B, well, the other guys will come. Then I can buy whatever Macron, and then his parliament is probably hung, so I don't know how will he deliver for what I pay. But if I want to buy a leader who controls the government, who controls the parliament, who controls everything, so that person is extremely exposed, and this is the risk. And this is why it can collapse. And democracy and change of power, it can ensure that long-term security. Authoritarian leaders, you can buy them out, you can blackmail, and that's why they are the threat for security.
Unless, of course, society itself, the political culture, is what changes. I mean, that can on its own produce people voting for, certain leaders who have anti-democratic tendencies, or who, vow openly to break down the democratic institutions of their countries. It's a pretty complex topic. We went from the sexism of sexy to Bitcoin and Boris Johnson. So thank you all for joining us today, and hope to have personal interactions with you outside over coffee. Thank you, everyone. Give a round of applause for our panel.
And you didn't say that these politicians need to be put into a boot camp, right? To make them.
Yeah, that's good.
And not only they take decisions quicker, but they offer stability.
Illusion of stability.
Just like to say that closes out the conference. We'd just like to say a big... Our first one. So we'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who came. It's been a really great couple of days. And obviously thank you to our partners, Funky Citizens, Andrassy University, our funders, GMF, Batsky Trust and the German Marshall Fund. And yeah, we'd like to welcome you to drinks hosted by the Austrian Cultural Forum next door. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.